Ladies and gentlemen, good morning, everyone. On behalf of the leadership of the International Society and the BYU Kennedy Center, we welcome you to the 36th Annual International Society Conference. We also welcome the hundreds who are joining us virtually from around the world via live stream. Aligned with the BYU Kennedy Center, the International Society was founded to unite and expand the global connections of university graduates, members and friends of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints in order to help advance the good in the world. In 1975, 8 years before the David M. Kennedy Center was inaugurated by then President Jeffrey R. Hyland, and 14 years before the International Society was created, Brother Kennedy received a letter from Spencer W. Kimball, prophet and 12th president of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. That letter read, "Dear Brother Kennedy, as I ran across this statement in the Doctrine and Covenants, I resolved to call upon every mission and stake and every ward and branch and every family and individual to pray for you and us as we approach the countries that are locked and which we have not yet found favor. We pray for you especially in your important work. The scripture reads, 'And again I say unto you, that whosoever ye shall send in my name by the voice of your brethren, the 12, duly recommended and authorized by you, shall have power to open the door of my kingdom unto any nation, whithersoever ye shall send them.' And so in our home, we pray in every prayer to the Lord to open the gates. With our sincere thanks and affection, faithfully yours, Spencer W. Kimball." 10 years after the inauguration of the Kennedy Center, Elder Jeffrey R. Hyland wrote the following in a letter to Elder Kennedy on his 88th birthday. Quote, "One recollection always comes to mind when I think of David Kennedy, and that is the remarkable contribution that the David M. Kennedy Center for International Studies makes at Brigham Young University. That center came into being during my service as president, and I was thrilled to put the full weight of my office behind it. I remain fully committed to the strong central role the Kennedy Center plays in the expanding mission of the university and the church. Thank you for making this such a successful and significant venture. With the vision of a prophet and the sustained effort of apostles and BYU presidents, the Kennedy Center and its companion International Society have become a force for moving the work of the Lord forward throughout the world, surfacing and addressing the global issues of our day and preparing future generations for public and professional service, as well as faith-filled collegiality in every corner of the globe. Thank you to the leadership of the church. Thank you to the leadership of BYU, including our current university president, Shane Reese, and thank you to the devoted team of Kennedy Center professors and administrators whose decades of faith and service have built a legacy with a truly global reach. Now on to our agenda. We will first be pleased to hear a keynote address by Sister Susan H. Porter, Primary General President of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. She will be followed by Kevin Hyland, the Anti-Slavery Commissioner of the Order of the British Empire. We will then be pleased to present our Distinguished Service Award this year to Ms. Lola Ogumbote. We will then break for lunch. Lunch will be upstairs. Following lunch, we will be back here in the general session and be pleased to hear from Dr. Valerie Hudson, a University Distinguished Professor at Texas A&M. She will be actually streamed remotely, and then we will have a panel presentation, The Dignity of God's Children, Prevention, Rescue, and Recovery. That will be moderated by Ms. Garna Mejia with KSL, and the presenters will be Nanan Talley, Austin Hanks, and Deborah Sawaf. Our panel moderator will introduce them individually in more detail. Our final speaker will be Sarah Bouchie, who is the CEO of Helen Keller International, at which point we will wrap up the conference, and we will go to that point. To begin our morning, we have asked that Jennifer Ellsworth provide our invocation. She is International Society board member and executive director of Engage Now Africa. Following the invocation, we invite President Reese to come to the podium to open this year's conference with a true BYU Blue welcome to our distinguished guests. Following President Reese's remarks, we will be pleased to hear from David Kirkham, President of the International Society, who will present his thoughts on this year's conference theme. Jennifer.
Our most gracious and beloved Father in heaven, as we, some of thy children, gather before thee and the Savior Jesus Christ on this Easter Monday, we, Father, are so grateful for the Savior Jesus Christ, for his life and for his mission, and for those who lead and guide this church of Jesus Christ, of which we belong to. And we were thankful for the opportunity that we have to come together and to listen to individuals and people who have dedicated their lives to protecting and serving some of the most vulnerable in this world. Father, we're grateful for the covenants that bind us together. We're grateful for the Savior Jesus Christ and for his atoning power in our lives. And may we take the important messages home to our respective assignments and locations, and may we look for ways to serve and help those who are the most vulnerable to society's greatest ills. We love thee, we're thankful for each other. May we make the connections that we need to further thy work, and we say these things humbly in the name of thy beloved Son, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Good morning, and welcome to all of you who are here with us here in the Hinckley Center on the campus of Brigham Young University, and to all of those that are joining us virtually, welcome to you as well. You're here at BYU in a very special year. We are this year celebrating our 150th year as a university. And so it's a time of celebration, and it's not a celebration that you might get at most institutions. Most institutions would use this year to conduct a capital campaign. And so my big blue welcome to BYU does not include my hand out waiting for a gift to the university, but rather an invitation. And that is our big blue welcome to you this year. And our invitation is to join us as a campus community, because this year, as we celebrate 150 years as a university, we are asking everyone who visits our campus, all of our nearly 466,000 living alumni worldwide, to join us in lifting where you stand, to spend 150 hours in celebration of our 150 years as a university, providing service. Service to your neighbors, service within the walls of your own home, service in your communities, because we feel that this is one of the beautiful ways in which Christ's light can be shared and spread across the world. So we invite all of you today who are here as part of the International Society to join us in that endeavor. And we hope that you'll find ways to share with us some of the experiences you had while serving in your communities. We have a website where we're tracking these service hours. We've logged hundreds and hundreds of thousands of hours in all of our alumni worldwide. So we invite all of you to join us in that endeavor. And so we hope you find an excitement being here on this campus as we begin our 151st year as a university. As we sit here and I begin this is the end of my third year, starting my fourth year as president, I'm taken back as I consider your theme for this conference to my very first event as a university president. You see, one of the things I found out when I was appointed president is, and I think it was on May the 2nd, after being appointed May 1st, that I had an event I had to speak at. Thought maybe I would get a little more advance notice on some of these things. And the event I was to speak at was called, appropriately, the President's Dinner. And I thought, wow, thought I might know about this a little further in advance. And I was also informed at that point in time that in attendance would be all of the former presidents, including a couple of notable former presidents. President Hyland and President Oaks would be in attendance. So I felt a lot of anxiousness leading up to this event. And I was sitting at dinner, and I was seated next to President Oaks. And I, oddly enough, wasn't able to eat any of my meal that evening. But I figured this was a pretty rare opportunity for a new university president who was a first-generation college student, who didn't have much by way of kind of administrative experience, to use this opportunity to get some advice from a then sitting member of the First Presidency and a former president of Brigham Young University. I thought I should use this opportunity. So I turned to President Oaks and I said, President Oaks, what advice would you give for a young, new, green president of Brigham Young University? And I had in my mind what he might tell me, make sure you keep the students happy, or faculty are really hard to deal with. Good luck with that one. But President Oaks, in his typical wise, sage fashion, leaned back in his chair, and he didn't answer my question for about a full minute, which seemed like an eternity. I was hoping to occupy all of the silence with him speaking and me not. And President Oaks sat back and he tapped his chin for a moment and he continued to think. And after about a minute of waiting, President Oaks said, the advice that I would give you is that as president of this university, you need to teach the rising generation how to speak and have dialogue with people with whom they disagree. He said, there are no models for how to do that they see on a regular basis. They don't see it in the public square. They often don't see it at home. They certainly don't see it on social media. So we need you to model and to teach young people how to have conversations with those with whom they disagree. So I have felt the weight of that charge. That complements so well President Oaks' beautiful conference address that we just heard, where he invited us all to be peacemakers, to be those who can have dialogue rather than monologue, which coincidentally was also the theme of Pope Leo's first Easter Mass, where he invited the entire Catholic Church to be seekers of peace. So, my friends, as you begin this conference, this wonderful gathering of individuals who seek to improve and better the world in which we find ourselves, and you consider the dignity of God's children, consider how peacemakers and those who honor the dignity of other human beings, all of God's children, complement one another. How those two virtues allow us to fulfill President Oaks' charge to me as president, because it really wasn't to me as president, it was to us as those people connected with this university. So, as you begin this conference, and I welcome our distinguished guests and our award winners, we are grateful to have you with us here on this campus and look forward to your addresses. May I invite us all to honor the dignity of our fellow human beings, of all of God's children, to be peacemakers, to learn to have conversations with those with whom we disagree. As we do so, I pray the Lord's choicest blessings on us, that we will achieve that beautiful prophetic vision of being peacemakers in a world that so desperately needs it. And I pray that choicest blessing on all of you as you engage in this week's conference. And welcome to BYU. Thank you.
would like to excuse President Reese. He's got other commitments, but do need to say I'm feeling my age just a little bit because as an undergraduate, I was here when BYU celebrated its 100th birthday. So, friends, Sister Porter, brothers and sisters, society members, welcome to the 36th Annual Conference of the International Society. This is my third opportunity to open this event as Society President. You would think that any apprehension I had about addressing you would be long gone, but there's always a little edge of uneasiness I can't quite account for. Maybe it goes back several years to a visit I paid to Speaker's Corner in Hyde Park, London, where amid a park packed with street preachers, political haranguers, and other pontificators, a zealous elderly evangelist paused in the middle of her fiery sermon, stared directly into my curious eyes, and declared, "I am looking at you, and I don't like what I see." So maybe it's just something about being looked at, especially by people who I don't want to disappoint. Regardless, what we are doing as a society and the theme of this conference are important enough for me to put aside personal concerns and get down to business. In Dostoevsky's The Brothers Karamazov, the elder Father Zosima offers this counsel: love children especially, for they too are sinless, like the angels. They live to soften and purify our hearts and, as it were, to guide us. It is a beautiful sentiment, one not unfamiliar to Latter-day Saints. But Dostoevsky's novel does not leave it there. Through the anguished voice of Ivan Karamazov, the same book poses one of literature's most haunting moral challenges. If the world's harmony requires the suffering of even one innocent child, then that harmony is not worth the price. Consider these passages in the context of a joint study released earlier this year by UNICEF, ECPAT International, and Interpol, reporting that in some of the countries surveyed, 1 in every 25 children had had their image manipulated into sexually explicit material using artificial intelligence. 1 child in a typical classroom, not in some distant century, now, in our time, with tools that did not exist 5 years ago. Dostoevsky would have recognized the darkness, but I believe he also would have recognized what came next: the insistence from parents, educators, law enforcement, and from young people themselves that this must not stand. The value of children is widely recognized in the world's sacred traditions: Jewish, Muslim, Hindu, Buddhist, Baha'i, and Christian. Children are a heritage from the Lord, the fruit of the womb a reward, declares the psalmist. They are the most precious treasury a community can possess, agrees Baha'i wisdom. Maybe it was in a moment of mortal weariness when the Savior's own disciples sought to shield him from the children pressing around him that Christ admonished his well-meaning followers, "Suffer little children and forbid them not to come unto me, for of such is the kingdom of heaven." Latter-day Saints have long understood the worth of a child deeply and literally. Years ago, while teaching at the U.S. Air Force Academy, I audited an advanced French class to maintain the language of my mission. Each student had to take an hour and present in French on any subject, was one of the requirements. A cadet named Mark presented on his 2 years in Haiti with slides of him and a companion: white shirt, ties, name badges, serving alongside Haitian locals. He concluded, "I am now going to sing for you my companions and my favorite song that we often sang to the people of Haiti," and in a clear, confident voice launched into, "Je suis enfant de Dieu, I am a child of God." A reverence descended on that classroom, unusual for a secular setting. "That is the best presentation I have ever had in this class," the teacher confided to me afterwards. I am convinced it was because of that young man's humble testimony and song on one of the most profound truths that animates us as a community. Elder Neil L. Anderson has noted, We look into the eyes of a child, we see a fellow son or daughter of God who stood with us in the premortal life. It is a crowning privilege of a husband and wife who are able to bear children to provide mortal bodies for these spirit children of God. We believe in families and we believe in children. We sometimes take this understanding for granted. While serving with my wife as church representatives in the United Arab Emirates, I was asked to share Latter-day Saint perspectives on peace with an interfaith group of lawyers, teachers, religious and community leaders, Hindus, Jews, Muslims, Christians, Baha'is. I told them we start with the assumption that we are all children of the same Heavenly Father, that our children begin singing, "I am a child of God," from 3 or 4 years of age. I was surprised by the stir this created among a couple of the more thoughtful members of the group. The notion that peace begins not with a treaty or policy, but with shared divine parentage had struck something deep. That exchange goes to the heart of today's theme, the dignity of God's children, exploring flashpoints facing the world's rising generation and the hope that rises with them. At the core of every major human rights framework is the concept of human dignity. The Universal Declaration of Human Rights opens with it. The great faith traditions affirm it. And Latter-day Saints bring something distinctive to that conversation. We believe that human dignity is not merely a philosophical principle or a legal construct. It is a theological reality. We lived with God before this life. We are created in His image. Children, we are taught, are innocent in His sight. The worth of souls is great in His sight. His very work and glory is to bring to pass our immortality and eternal life. Each person carries not just dignity in the abstract, but divine potential, a potential that, when understood, transforms how we see one another and how we treat the most vulnerable among us. That understanding gives weight and urgency to the flashpoints the rising generation faces today. The World Health Organization reports that 1 in 7 adolescents worldwide suffers from a diagnosable mental health disorder. Nearly 1 in 5 children globally, some 473 million, now live in or are fleeing conflict zones. According to the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, 38% of all detected trafficking victims are now children, a 31% increase from before the pandemic. The International Labor Organization estimates 50 million people living in conditions of modern slavery on any given day. And as I mentioned, predatory algorithms can now analyze a child's online behavior to tailor grooming strategies with chilling precision. The rising generation is the first to grow up in a world where artificial intelligence can fabricate their likeness and weaponize their innocence. These are hard realities, and it would be easy in the face of them to despair. But the theme of this conference deliberately carries a second phrase, and the hope that rises with them. 2 years ago at this podium, drawing on Elder Jeffrey R. Holland's address at Windsor Castle, I asked, what is the difference between a victim and a pioneer? That question still holds. The rising generation is not merely vulnerable, they are also resilient, creative, and capable. Around the world, young people are founding organizations to combat trafficking, building platforms to detect misinformation, mobilizing for clean water, and advocating in halls of government for those who cannot yet speak for themselves. They are not waiting to be rescued. They are leading the rescue. Khalil Gibran wrote that our children are the sons and daughters of life's longing for itself, and that they dwell in the house of tomorrow. If that is true, and I believe it is, then our task is not simply to protect the rising generation from the world, but to equip them to shape it. The evidence suggests that when they are given even modest support and guidance, they rise to the occasion with a force that puts many of their elders on respectful notice. Members of the International Society are in a position to provide that support and guidance. Beginning with our keynote speakers, participants in today's program have devoted their lives to this work. Sister Susan H. Porter, Primary General President, as many of us witnessed yesterday, personifies how the church nurtures, teaches, and protects its youngest members. Kevin Hyland, OBE, the United Kingdom's first independent anti-slavery commissioner, brings decades of frontline experience fighting modern slavery. At lunch, we will honor Lola Ogunbote for her work empowering young women through sport. Then the afternoon, we'll bring the distinguished panel that Bruce already mentioned, and discussion from Sarah Bouchie, the CEO of Helen Keller International. And by the way, we don't start with the assumption that the numbers are going to dwindle throughout the day. We start with the assumption that if we put on some really powerful speakers at the end of the day, people will stay and continue to filter in throughout the day. Before I conclude, I want to also thank BYU's David M. Kennedy Center for International Studies, especially Kelly Russell, Corey Leonard, Stan Benfell, and many others who make this event possible. I want to thank our board members who organized this program and each of you for coming. Every year we come a step closer to the International Society fulfilling its potential as a practical and spiritual blessing to its members and to those who look to you for counsel, mentorship, and example. Much will depend on what you take away from today and what you do with it. I believe this society fills a niche filled by no other entity in the Latter-day Saint community. So, in conclusion, let us together suffer the children, that they not suffer. I began with Dostoevsky's insistence that the suffering of children demands a moral reckoning, a notion shared by strangers in Dubai or at the Air Force Academy who felt the prompting that we are in fact family. It is my hope that we will carry that same spirit into today's proceedings and out of them, because if we truly believe that every child on this earth is a child of God, then the work before us is not optional, it is personal, and it is holy. Thank you, and I'd like now to turn the rostrum over to Lee Wright, Associate General Counsel International for the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, to introduce Sister Porter.
Well, David, we're off to a wonderful start. Thank you. Inspired words. Good morning, distinguished guests, colleagues, friends, and those who have joined us here in person, as well as many who have joined us online. It's a great honor to introduce our speaker today. We're especially grateful to have with us a leader whose influence reaches beyond borders, cultures, and languages, touching the lives of children and families across the world. Sister Susan H. Porter serves as the General Primary President of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, a position that she has held since 2022. In this role, she leads the church's global organization for children, from toddlers to preteens, supporting parents and teachers in nurturing faith, character, and a sense of belonging in the rising generation. Today, millions of children across the world are impacted by the vision, care, and leadership of the organization that she presides over. Now, less than 24 hours ago, Sister Porter was speaking at the General Conference of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. And during her comments to us, she talked about a favorite dessert that her mother would make. And the question posed to her father and to the family, should we have it now or should we have it later? And the response of her father was, let's have it now and later. Well, we had a beautiful treat yesterday, Sister Porter, and we are privileged to have a treat yet again today. So thank you for your efforts and your willingness to do so much during a busy, busy time. We really appreciate your sacrifice in being here with us today. Before speaking about her current service, it's worth understanding something of the path that brought her here. Sister Porter was born in Oklahoma and spent much of her upbringing in New York, an experience that exposed her early to different communities and perspectives. She went on to attend Brigham Young University, where she earned her degree in chemistry, a field that demands curiosity, precision, and disciplined thinking. Those of you who know her well often note that these qualities still characterize her leadership today: thoughtful, prepared, and deeply intentional. Her professional background includes work as a laboratory assistant at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, as well as experience as a mathematics teacher. Alongside her professional work, she has spent many years volunteering in schools and community settings, particularly with children. She noted to me this morning that her professional career in that regard was quite short-lived as she went upon the birth of her first child to that endeavor instead. And brothers and sisters, this demonstrates to you the focus that she has put on children. She has the professional backing to have done anything. And for her to choose to raise children speaks to the character and the importance of that endeavor. Within the church, Sister Porter has served in a wide variety of leadership capacities. Ward and stake leaders, including Relief Society president, Young Women's president, and later a counselor in the primary general presidency before her calling to her current role. These experiences have given her a deep, practical understanding of families, local communities, and the realities faced by volunteers and parents around the world. On a personal note, Sister Porter was married to Bruce D. Porter, who served as a General Authority 70 for the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, and someone that I was privileged to interact with as he was the president over the Middle East Africa North area. Together, they raised 4 children. After Elder Porter's passing in 2016, Sister Porter has often spoke with quiet strength about faith, resilience, and hope. Principles she does not merely teach, but she lives. As General Primary President, Sister Porter frequently emphasizes the divine worth of every child, regardless of background or circumstances. She is known for advocating simple, joyful, and meaningful ways to teach children, approaches that resonate across cultures and are especially relevant in an increasingly complex world. Her messages consistently highlight the power of love in the home, the importance of moral foundations, and the extraordinary potential of young people when they are seen, heard, and valued. Today, we are privileged to hear from a leader who brings together intellectual depth, global perspective, spiritual conviction, and genuine warmth. Whether speaking to children, as she did yesterday, to parents, educators, faith leaders, or audiences such as ours, Sister Porter has a remarkable ability to communicate with clarity and kindness, always focusing on lifting others and strengthening families. It is my honor to introduce to you as our speaker, the General Primary President of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, Sister Susan H. Porter.
What a blessing it is to be here with each of you. I apologize you had to hear from me yesterday and today, but what a privilege it is. And today I will speak to adults, so we can enjoy that experience. I'm humbled to speak to you today, as so many of you are here in this society due to your professional and academic preparation in your spheres of influence on the international stage. I am here as someone who doesn't have professional background in children, in families, so I am not going to speak of a lot of statistics or trends, but I'm going to share with you what I have seen, having been called to serve in the primary, having been to over 30 countries in the last 5 years, visiting with Heavenly Father's children across the world. I'm very inspired by your efforts to work in the international sphere in helping to bring dignity to God's children. On a personal note, just mentioned that I was a chemistry major. I met Bruce when I was here at BYU. He was a history major, but had a great interest in international relations, especially with Russia. And so in our dating, it was fascinating for me to learn about international relations, a field that I was not that familiar with. And I've reflected since then that our conversations about his field of study of international relations was probably more interesting than having a discussion about what I was studying in chemistry. But then I got thinking about, well, chemistry is the interaction of molecules. So, maybe there's some kind of overlap there. But I'm really grateful to speak with you and share some thoughts about your important theme about the dignity of God's children. So I've chosen as my title, Behold Your Little Ones. Their dignity, our stewardship. The doctrine taught by the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, as has been mentioned, that we lived as spirits in the presence of God before we were born and continue to live eternally, infuses children and every person on earth with intrinsic worth and dignity. Each of us is a beloved spirit son or daughter of heavenly parents, and as such, each of us has a divine nature and destiny. This fundamental truth should be the foundation of our relationship with children, introducing a measure of humility. We are not their superiors. We do not own them. They are newcomers to this earth and need much guidance and direction, but they, like us, lived as spirits before birth, receiving lessons that help prepare them to come to earth and progress toward eternal life. They were sent to us by God, and we have a sacred trust to love, nurture, protect, and teach them so that they can make choices necessary to return home clean and pure to that God who gave them life. How can we help to instill a sense of worth and dignity into each child's heart? Our perfect exemplar is Jesus Christ. New Testament scripture that's already been referred to and Book of Mormon scriptures provide many examples of Jesus' love and care for children. Some of the most sublime interactions with children are recorded in the Book of Mormon. As you all know, shortly after his resurrection, the Savior visited the Nephite and Lamanite people on the American continent over a period of several days. On at least 2 occasions, he ministered specifically to children. One day, after inviting their little children to be brought to him, he blessed them one by one and prayed for them. He wept and then invited all to behold your little ones. Behold comes from 2 Hebrew words that invite us to do more than look at something. It's a call to pay attention and observe with care. The Savior of the world invited all to look deeply at children and consider their infinite worth. Then in one unforgettable moment, angels appeared and ministered to the children. Behold your little ones. Let's consider this invitation as we discuss how we can fill our stewardship to strengthen, bless, prepare, and teach. In other words, to enhance their dignity as children of God. Today, we'll consider those who surround children and their critical role in supporting the child's journey through life. I'm going to refer to a simple diagram of concentric circles, beginning with a child and expanding outward to include family, church, and community. On a personal note, I am the beneficiary of miracles that can occur when families, churches, and communities work to protect the dignity of God's children in perilous times. My father, Hans Hyland, who grew up in a prosperous Jewish family in Mannheim, Germany in the 1930s, was saved by the efforts of people in those exact circles of support. As the Nazi Party came to power, his family's factory was confiscated and they lost their home. A friend invited them to hide in their attic while they desperately tried to find a way to leave Germany. Doors closed as country after country reached their quota for German immigrants. The German government, seeing no use or value for children, temporarily allowed them to leave the country if places could be found. Rising to the occasion, the British government waived certain immigration requirements to allow unaccompanied Jewish children to enter their country. British families, by the thousands, signed up to take in these refugee children. In March of 1939, my father, only 9 years old, said goodbye to his parents in Mannheim and boarded a train bound for England. He spoke no English and didn't know if he would ever see his family again. He was one of over 10,000 children, saved by what is now known as the Kinder Transport. He lived with a kind British family and eventually, through a series of miracles, was reunited with his own family a few years later in the Dominican Republic. They later were able to immigrate to New York. This picture appeared in the New York Times. This is my father here, traveling with unknown people from England to New York to Puerto Rico and to the Dominican Republic. The the Atlantic trip with this ship full of these children who had been saved by the Kinder Transport took 2 weeks to cross the Atlantic because of the German U-boats trying to sink them. Those with a heart for the dignity of God's children established a scholarship fund that enabled my father and his brother to attend a boarding school in New York, which ensured they had a bed, food, and a good education. Later, both earned advanced degrees, married and raised families who are contributing members of society. I was blessed to grow up with a father who lived his life in gratitude because of those who surrounded him as a vulnerable young boy. For the past 5 years, as I've traveled and met with children and their families in their homes and at church, I have been filled with hope. The challenges that children face in today's world are also enormous. But my purpose will be to share examples of those I have witnessed in my ministry who are strengthening the dignity of children. I've seen the light of hope in families, church settings, and communities worldwide. I'm humbled by children's faith and strength in adversity. The inherent dignity they feel when they know they are children of God gives them power and purpose. The Book of Mormon prophet Mormon records in 3 Nephi that Jesus did teach and minister unto the children. And then he did something remarkable. He did loose their tongues, and they did speak unto their fathers great and marvelous things. Jesus first taught and ministered to the children, giving them dignity through his attention to them and careful teaching. Then he loosed their tongues, inviting them to speak and lift others, increasing their dignity. Following that example of the Savior, we learn that building the dignity of God's children includes both our stewardship to minister to and teach them, and then to provide them opportunities to serve others. How can we follow this pattern? First, families. Families all over the world and in the church are helping children recognize their inherent worth as they make families a haven of safety, security, and love. Even when children are living in difficult and unsettling circumstances, the steady love and teaching of parents have a profound impact. President Oaks has taught the family circle is the ideal place to demonstrate and learn eternal values. While serving on a church assignment in South America, I visited a family with 3 young daughters. Their devoted parents had taught their girls about Heavenly Father and his plan. During our visit, they shared a recent heartbreaking loss. Both parents were doctors, but just months earlier, their 5-year-old daughter had suddenly fell ill. They took her immediately to the hospital, and within 3 days, she had passed away. This is despite medical care, prayers, and fasting of many. We listened to their story. We mourned with them. We felt their sorrow. Before leaving, I asked if we might sing a song together. When I asked their 8-year-old what's her favorite primary song, She replied eagerly, "Follow the prophet." So we sang the first 2 verses. I'm on my Gospel Library app. I punched in Spanish, and I'm just kind of barely hanging in there. So we finished the first 2 verses, and then she quickly insisted, "No, I want to sing all the verses." Do you know how many verses there are in Follow the Prophet? 9. So we sang them all. As we finished, grief had softened into peace. Hope and joy returned through the faith of a child. Her parents had spent years teaching and ministering to her. Now, in a moment of grief, she had ministered to them, turning their hearts to God and his prophets for peace and strength. Church. During the past year, I've met with 3 different faith groups at church headquarters and in the Middle East who each have asked essentially the same question. How can we raise children who are centered in their faith and capable of reaching out and working with others to solve problems? It's exactly the same question that we heard about earlier. It is remarkable that people of faith all over the world are seeing their children grow up in a society that's divisive and that is, we're going to settle into our camps and not talk to anybody. So they don't want their children to lose their faith, but moving from a center of faith to be able to work with, talk with, communicate with those of other backgrounds. So one of these people in the panel is not like the other. So this was an incredible opportunity last spring in Doha to participate in this conference on peacemaking in a destabilized world. The remarkable thing about this is we were so close globally to the conflict taking place, of course, in Israel and in Gaza. What was remarkable here was that the faith leaders in the Muslim, Jewish, and Christian tradition each had very distinctive outer clothing. And so as we sat, the participants were sitting here, you could easily tell which faith tradition they represented. So even we've got, Christian, and of course, Latter-day Saints, we are Christian. We see some Muslim brothers and sisters. There were many Jewish participants, and they were dotted. It was kind of a room kind of like this in a hotel, and you could see people of various faith groups interacting. Just quickly, I'll share, it's interesting, in the panel before mine, one of the participants from one of the Middle East countries got very, worked up and very critical of policies of certain countries and nations. I think we all kind of took a deep breath and thought, will this make this whole conference devolve into camps? It was remarkable. It did not. During the following break, again, you saw people from the 3 great Abrahamic religions interacting. I shared with them, again, some of the things we're talking about now with the dignity of children, what the church is doing to nurture children, and what the church invites children to do to contribute to their communities, starting to raise up peacemakers from our youngest ages. In one memorable meeting at church headquarters, I showed a guest the Come Follow Me manual that families are using this year to study the Old Testament together. I spoke about all of these beautiful materials that the church provides for family, but when I showed her this Come Follow Me manual and opened it up and showed, pictures of the great Old Testament prophets and ideas for families to teach their children, she was dumbfounded. She said, this is what we need to help families become our center of faith. And she requested copies. When I share with various groups that we not only strive to teach children, but we also invite them to participate, they're very curious. I mentioned that children as young as age 4 offer prayers and give talks about the gospel in front of groups of children up to age 11. That's something many of us just grew up with and we don't even think about it. We don't realize how actually remarkable that is. I remember sharing this with one group and they looked at me very doubtful, picturing 4-year-olds giving talks about religious topics. So I just opened it up. There were other members of other Latter-day Saints in the group and said, does anybody here remember an experience when they were 4 or 5 years old? Everyone had an experience of giving a little talk about something that Jesus taught when they were very young and getting up and speaking to their peers. That is dignity. The church also strengthens the dignity of children as they are invited at age 8 to choose to enter into a covenant with God at baptism and be confirmed a full member of his church and receive the incomparable gift of the Holy Ghost. As members of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, children can be invited to speak in sacrament meetings, stake conferences, and even children's devotionals. Every week we receive letters and emails from members sharing how the pure love and faith of a child, expressed in a prayer or talk, strengthened their faith. This child standing on the box was speaking at a stake conference. We get lots of general authorities who violate the rule of no pictures in sacrament meetings or stake conferences because they're so amazed. So this is one, we get them almost every week. This girl was leading a choir. We have pictures of a primary boy playing the organ for prelude music. It's astonishing what children can do as members of the body of Christ. Can you imagine what happens in the heart of a 9-year-old child when an adult thanks them for how their talk or prayer brought them closer to Christ? That is dignity. When children participate in church services, they know that this is not just mom and dad's church, this is their church. They are given dignity as they know they are valued members. On to the community. As a primary presidency, for our first several years, we really were trying to focus on how to point children to God and to help them participate, as we've just talked about, as members of the body of Christ. In the past few years, we've thought more about the second great commandment, that we love one another. Can children be taught to look outside of themselves, outside of their family, outside of their church community, into the broader community, and look at needs and figure out ways they can help? Last year in Lesotho, the small landlocked nation inside South Africa, I visited a rural school founded decades ago by the Catholic Church. Resources were scarce, and 2 nearby schools established by other Christian denominations were struggling as well. But competition gradually gave way to cooperation as the schools formed a council to focus together on the needs of their children. Through this partnership, the church helped build the community's first library, kitchen, and toilet facilities. As we walked the school grounds, the choir suddenly erupted into song. Prepare, prepare for the coming of the Lord. I asked as we approached, they were singing with so much heart and soul. And I asked the leader of the school, how old is this boy directing this choir? 10 years old. Hearing those voices of children so full of hope and goodness, surrounded by leaders of different faiths united in purpose, moved me deeply. I would not have been surprised if the Lord did come right then and right there. In Cordoba, Argentina, I visited a building donated by the government and transformed, despite scarce resources, into a sanctuary of healing for women and children who had experienced abuse. It offered safe housing alongside legal, medical, educational, and vocational support. For years, the directors described their work as the ambulance at the bottom of the hill, responding to an urgent need. Recently, however, they began asking how to build guardrails at the top, how to help girls recognize their inherent dignity before harm occurred. Their answer was sports. And I just learned that that is your work. So this is powerful. So with no girls' soccer teams in the area, they created opportunities for girls to develop confidence, teamwork, and leadership. I was deeply moved by the simple t-shirt, and I've just never been able to let mine go, depicting the girls bearing butterfly wings, symbolizing the girls' potential. This is the director in the middle. I'm next to her, President Camille Johnson, Relief Society General President, my daughter, and Inez, the wife of the area president. It was a very moving work. Combined with education and vocational training, these efforts help girls grow up knowing their worth and expecting to be treated accordingly. Beginning in January of 2025, every primary in the church, as I alluded to before, was invited to hold an annual community service activity. Where possible, the activity is supposed to focus on serving children. Valiant age children, 8 to 11, are encouraged to plan it. The activity provides children an opportunity to invite friends and ward members to join in community service. That has been a remarkable opportunity for our children age 8 to 11 to look outward for needs. They have planned, organized, and felt increased dignity as they have made a difference in their communities. We have received pictures from all around the world of children organizing and participating in community service, and have put a small fraction of them in a video set to the music of the new children's song, Holding Hands Around the World. I must say, this is a small subset. We are very careful with children's privacy, and so every picture you see here, we have approval from parents and so forth. We have children from many more countries that we can't show you, but you can get an idea that when invited, children want to serve, they want to bless, they are capable. Their dignity is enhanced when they serve with the Savior's love, opening their hearts to feel his love for him. As we follow the invitation of the Savior to behold your little ones by surrounding them with circles of support from family, church, and community, and give them opportunities to strengthen others, we and they will come to understand more deeply their worth beyond price. And I close in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen. I'd like you now to view this video, 2.5 minutes, and understand more fully how we can increase the dignity of God's children.
We are children singing all around the world, happy voices ringing out the joyful word. We are children glowing with the gospel light, standing tall, walking strong, choosing right. We are children leading out in every land, who believe in keeping all the Lord's commands. Like the stripling warriors we go forth in faith, for we know that the Lord is our strength. We are children holding hands around the world like an army, with the gospel flag unfurled. We are led by his light, and we love truth and right. We are building the kingdom of God. We are children, gospel fold. With the strength of youth we do the Savior's work. With our hearts and our hands we will serve. We are covenant children with a gift to give. We will teach the gospel by the way we live. With each word and action we will testify. We believe and we serve Jesus Christ. We are children holding hands around the world like an army with the gospel flag unfurled. We are led by his light and we love truth and right. We are building the kingdom of God.
Thank you, Sister Porter, and thank you all. We are running ahead of schedule, so we'd like to take our break now, and if you can be back in your seats by 10 minutes after 10, that would be delightful. We'll keep ahead of schedule. Thank you all. You know, some years ago, we decided that this conference needed to be filled with a little more time for breaks and to get to reconnect and know each other, and I think it's just the ticket. So we're so glad that you're able to spend a minute meeting with people. We will now proceed with our next keynote presentation. I'd like to invite our board member, Fred Axelgaard, up to the rostrum to introduce you to Kevin Hyland, who's come in from the UK to speak with us today. So please, Fred.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to introduce Kevin to you. I'm not sure quite how to do it, so wish me luck. Kevin Hyland was appointed Officer of the Order of the British Empire for services to combating human trafficking in the 2015 New Year's Honors List. As a member of the Order of the British Empire, Kevin has made a distinguished and lasting mark on British society and British law enforcement. And it's a pleasure to have a person like that associated with Brigham Young University in this effort, in this conference today, and more broadly with the G20 Interfaith Forum, which is where I got to know Kevin. Kevin was born in 1963 and was the state of the United Kingdom's first independent anti-slavery commissioner, leading efforts to tackle slavery and human trafficking. Just pause for a moment and let it sink in that more than a quarter way through the 21st century, slavery is thriving on the face of the earth. He is CEO of Preveni Global, chair of the IF20 Working Group on Human Trafficking, and was instrumental in working with Pope Francis in establishing the Santa Marta Group, which is a partnership between law enforcement, faith groups, and civil society, launched in 2014. Kevin, is that right? At the Vatican. Kevin also chairs the Institute for Human Rights and Business Leadership Group for Responsible Recruitment, seeking to drive positive change in the way that migrant workers are recruited. I'll just stop for a moment and think about what Sister Porter said about manipulation of images online. And imagine yourself in South Africa as parents looking to somehow support your family, and your child gets an image, a text over the phone inviting them to come to Johannesburg, where they are promised a job, and then they disappear and are gone. This is recruitment in the 21st century for purposes of trafficking and slavery. In 2010, Kevin was appointed as the lead for the London Metropolitan Police Force Human Trafficking Unit, otherwise known as Scotland Yard. During Hyland's tenure, the Scotland Yard saw an increase in victim identification and successful prosecution of traffickers. He retired in 2014 with the title of Detective Inspector after some 30 years of service in order to accept the position of anti-slavery czar. Now pause for a moment and think London 2012 Olympics. The Olympics, World Cup, Super Bowl, all of these are events where trafficking, like a magnet, again, flourishes. Kevin was given responsibility for preparing and organizing efforts against trafficking for the 2012 Olympics. Now think 2034 and the next Olympics that will be held in Utah, and what might be done to make those a slavery-free Olympics. The creation of an independent commissioner is one of the main provisions of the UK's Modern Slavery Act of 2015. Kevin was appointed as commissioner in 2014 and resigned in May of 2018. The United Nations has a series of sustainable development goals that were adopted in order to focus the work of that organization. Kevin is the author of the portion of the UN Sustainable Development Goal against human trafficking. This happened in the final day of negotiation in New York in the summer of 2015. As a result, there have been many more global efforts focused on fighting modern slavery and human trafficking, and that work is led by the International Labor Organization. I'll just mention briefly the Santa Marta Group. Kevin helped to establish the Santa Marta Group. Again, it's a body comprising international law enforcement agencies, civil society, NGOs, and the Catholic Church. It was launched by Pope Francis at the Vatican in 2014, is named after the papal residence where delegates stayed during the first meeting. At this launch, Pope Francis described human trafficking as an open wound on the body of contemporary society and a crime against humanity. The group was developed by the Catholic Bishops' Conferences of England and Wales in collaboration with Scotland Yard. I'll close the introduction by just pausing for a moment and as a graduate of BYU, somebody who has worked in the international arena in one spot or another, to know in my retirement years and to be privileged to work with a person like Kevin Hyland is a remarkable blessing. He has taken as his goal to bring the G20 governments to an awareness of the importance of working to prevent trafficking. You all might think of trafficking primarily in terms of sex trafficking. That's 20% of the problem. You might also think of it primarily in terms of victim rescue and support. That is probably less than 20% of the problem, because despite the huge efforts of the last quarter century by NGOs around the world, as I said, slavery and trafficking has flourished. What is missing is the prevention piece, which only governments can do. And right now, the United States spends more money than any other country in the world on trafficking, but it's limited to about $600 million. And it's a $250 billion international crime industry that we're combating. So, Kevin, I don't know how to thank you for your work and for your friendship, but ladies and gentlemen, please, let's welcome Kevin Hyland.
Good morning, and thank you for that introduction, Fred. Very enlightening and very humbling. As Fred told you, my name is Kevin Hyland, and it's a real pleasure to be here at the International Society, especially at this time in our Christian calendar. Easter reminds me of the importance of faith. And we heard the wonderful presentation from Sister Porter, talking and reminding us of that, and the work that is being done around the world. And it reminds us of the sacrifice made by Jesus and his resurrection, revealing to us all darkness to joy. His mercy, kindness, and teachings that leadership should be in service of others, the poor, the vulnerable, is so needed in our troubled world. So I'm humbled to be here with you, some great friends, and to be with you all, some new friends. But sadly, the subject of my presentation, modern slavery and human trafficking, is one I believe God would be very disappointed in, allowing the resurgence in trading in human exploitation, which I will return to shortly. Firstly, who am I and what brings me here to Utah? And you might think, if I'm asking that question, what am I doing here if I don't even know who I am myself? But the importance is that I'm here, and the journey is an unusual one. I'm a former British soldier, I'm a former police officer, New Scotland Yard senior detective. I'm the UK Anti-Slavery Commissioner. And here I end up in Brigham Young University, working with the Latter-day Saints and in Utah. And that could be the sound of the beginning of a distasteful joke, but I'm assuring you it isn't. Or at least I hope, after you've heard my presentation, you don't think it is. But my journey from combats to commissioner, from the rough streets as a child in North London to the Vatican meeting popes, is a story, I believe, of hope and mostly of joy. But my career path, the one I chose, involved seeing much suffering, responding and dealing with people in distress, seeing man's hatred, man's greed, violence of men towards other men, and general indifference, leading to broken homes and broken communities. And this could have left me cynical, angry, and with a loss of faith. Also, having a sister killed in a road collision, leaving behind 2 children, was heartbreaking, and seeing the grief of my parents will haunt me forever. But in her eulogy, I recall speaking of her happiness, her overwhelming belief in humanity, her strong faith in Jesus, and although taken too early from us, she is now and for some time has been brightening heaven with her charm and a smile that a Hollywood A-lister would be jealous of. For me, this journey, while not always easy, proved goodness prevails, even in the darkest moments. Even when dealing with tragedy like murders, violent crimes, and human trafficking, there are people who shine in their generosity, their grace to help others, to help the victims or the families and the communities. To me, this gives hope. It reveals the face of Jesus and how goodness can still prevail, even when faced with grief, anger, and evil. The example of the Good Samaritan continues and continues in abundance. But the Romans 8:16 provides us with clarity of who we are. It tells us that the Spirit itself beareth witness with our spirit that we are the children of God. This, I believe, validates our every being, our spirit, and the purpose of our journey. And it should remind us, indeed instruct us, to treat our neighbours, our fellow human beings, all as children of God, all made in his likeness. And with that follows human dignity, the inherent, inviolable worth and value belonging to every human being simply because they are human, independent of their status, ability, or actions. It dictates that every person deserves respect, grounding foundational principles of human rights, equality, and ethical treatment. These values are enshrined in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and the European Convention of Human Rights. These are instruments that more often now are getting criticized, but in reality, they promote peace, dignity, and togetherness. The US Constitution provides protection and guarantees for all people, freedom of religion, and of course, liberty, freedom and equal rights to all under the 14th Amendment. These themselves were precursors to human rights declarations. If as a world and as individual nations we guarantee protections of all human rights or civil liberties, why has this planet become home for a crime where the commodity, the item traded, is God's children? 50 million children, women, and men are exploited, all in the name of money. And before I focus on the subject of modern slavery and human trafficking, let's see how financial crimes take from our world. What harm does it do? While often referred to as less harmful, it actually destroys our planet. $5 trillion a year, 5% of the world's economy gone to fraud. Imagine the good that sum could do. The third biggest economy in the world, behind the US and China. All money coming from deceit, harm, and greed. And how does financial crime impact people? Well, we know. Lives are destroyed. It wipes out good actions. Remittances of workers are stolen. Development becomes impossible, and crime becomes the business model. And if that were not bad enough, let's explore money modern slavery and human trafficking makes. Again, a crime specifically for money. And in this crime, the commodity is children, women, and men, bought and sold and exploited for forced labor, forced criminality, sexual exploitation, including pornography and prostitution, the sale of human organs, domestic servitude, and many, many forms of online exploitation. All of these actions are actions of human trafficking. But to be human trafficking, there has to be an offender, and importantly, there has to be a victim. It's not a victimless crime, and it's not something that somebody puts themselves into. It's a crime where somebody is controlling or managing or coercing another. And there are many international instruments to prevent human trafficking, many laws, many constitutional issues, many conventions. There's the Slavery Convention of 1926, 100 years ago. And in that Slavery Convention, it says that will be implemented in the shortest possible time. I don't think the authors of that thought 100 years of time we would be saying the situation is just as bad. And then there's the Forced Labor Convention of 1930. Again, in its second paragraph, it talks about implementation in the shortest possible time. Again, almost 100 years on, we see the situation is worsening. And then we have the Palermo Protocol of 2000 from the United Nations, which over 180 countries have agreed to, including the United States. Then we have the US Trafficked Victims Protection Act from the United States, which has some international dimensions, particularly about aid and supporting other countries and monitoring the world's progress against human trafficking. And we have the Labour Conventions of 2014, Substantive Development Goals. We have the ILO protocols and conventions, 161 of them in total. And then we have 180 different domestic pieces of legislation around the world. Plenty of instruments, yet the situation is still poor. The figures show of the 50 million victims in 2024, which is the last time that reports are available, 102,000 victims were recovered, and there were just under 8,000 prosecutions. So if you equate that, only 0.2% of victims are identified, and 0.02% of crimes result in a conviction. So this is a crime which pays. And if we look at the money it makes, 236 billion annually, and then we look at the global aid budget from all OECD countries at 214 billion US dollars, we see that the criminals on human trafficking generate 10% more than global aid. In effect, wiping its good out. That is one of the reasons why we have to address and tackle these issues. So, we know that human trafficking is a global issue across the world, in rural areas and in urban areas. But where does it happen? Where can it occur? Where might we see it? And it will be in many places. Tea plantations, women sold for sexual exploitations, and that could be in the streets of the United States, in apartments in the United States, or it could be the streets of Nigeria, or apartments in Nigeria. The money is there, the criminals will find the vulnerable. Or demand to provide live online dehumanizing and degrading shows, mostly of men or boys watched by men thousands of miles away, where people go onto the darknet and make an order of what they want, sexually exploiting young boys. Or clothes factories, sweatshops in Bangladesh, Southeast Asia, or the UK. Children mining mica for cosmetics and car paint. Car washes in the UK. Cobalt for mines coming from the DRC to power the batteries of our mobile phones. And in public procurement, including healthcare and child labour that was revealed earlier this year in Nebraska. And also public procurement. For example, the UK's National Health Service was found to be buying gloves from Malaysian factories made by children in forced labour. So public procurement should never end up in the hands of criminals, especially not traffickers. So there's a start. The US government in 2025 spent 7.1 trillion, more than 5% of the world's USD. They spent that on public procurement. Imagine what could be done if public procurement across the world was free from exploitation and slavery. And I'm delighted that we have someone from sports world here today, somebody talking about women and getting presented the way of using sport as a way for development is incredible, something that my daughters have really benefited from in Ireland. But we also see that sporting events, including the Olympics, World Cup football, NFL, have all been scenes of high numbers of trafficking. The construction industry, refining raw materials for technology, for textiles, and food processing. And even more new forms of trafficking, where people are trafficked, taken hostage, and held in centres, and then forced to do frauds in places like from Africa and Southeast Asia on people in the United States, the UK, Ireland, and other English-speaking countries. The idea is to defraud people of their pensions, of their savings. And in the United States, it was revealed in 1 year alone, well over $1 billion was taken by that method. And today, most of us will have a mobile phone, a laptop, or a tablet. And we came here by car. So how connected are we in this room to the potentials of these crimes where children may be exploited? And this should cause us outrage and sadness, because 22,000 children die every year in exploitative working, many of them in mining for the products that we use the most. The batteries for our phones, the shiny substances of our cars, and many more things. So today I came here by car, as I'm sure many of you did. How connected was I in that journey to the potential of human trafficking? Well, there's the components of the car. And most of those components have a track record of coming from exploitation, particularly rubber and the paint and the batteries and the engines and the iron and the leather. All of these things and the glass all have connections to human trafficking, much of it connected to child exploitation, much of it in Africa, Southeast Asia, Latin America, but countries like the US, the UK, and others don't go untouched. So that's how close we all come to engaging with these horrendous crimes. Technology has allowed the world to improve, offering opportunity, global business and education. Booking a flight to come to Utah has become easy. I think many of us recall when we used to get a thick book like that after booking an airline ticket that would come 3 or 4 days later in the post. But now we can do it in seconds online. But we have to be aware, what part is technology playing in causing human trafficking and exploitation? We saw companies here in the United States face big fines just recently, having been subject of civil litigation. In Ireland, one company alone was fined 1.4 billion euros for not protecting children properly and for not protecting data. But are they doing enough? They do have the ability to change things. They are at the front edge of things that can be changed. But if we take 4 companies alone in 2025, they faced 8 billion in sanctions, but not for their connection to trafficking, not for their activities whereby they could prevent abuse. If somebody were to walk around Salt Lake City or Provo and start asking to look to find a child to exploit, I'm sure they would be arrested in moments. Yet this is happening thousands and thousands and millions of times a day as algorithms and people use systems to enter children's bedrooms and to try and change their minds, try and change their insanity or their sanity, and try to sexually abuse them. So we need to be more aware of this, and it needs to be regulated. That's not something against business. Good business is good business. Crime is crime. And we can't allow children to be exploited in this way. And I mentioned about what it would be like 22,000 children dying. A few years ago, we saw the tragic incidents of 2 Boeing 737 planes crashing, losing 346 lives. It saw 20 months of grounding of 387 aircrafts, 8,600 cancellations a week, the most severe grounding of any US airline ever. The accidents and the grounding cost Boeing an estimated 20 billion in fines, compensation and legal fees, with indirect costs of more than 60 billion from 1,200 cancelled orders. Yet, when 22,000 children die in labour exploitation, nothing has happened. The equivalent of 106 Boeing 737s crashing and killing everybody on board, full flights, every year. That's what we are facing with this exploitation of children. And what does this tell us? It tells us that the treatment of God's children is not equal. Standards are selective. Those who mine the materials for the aircraft technology systems and those who can afford to travel in those planes, which includes us, are viewed very different. When a life is lost in our world, it's seen as a tragedy. When a life is lost in their world, it's a statistic. Every life as we all know, is a life in the image of God. And we need to revisit standards, returning to our faith and values, because with standards comes prevention. Moving this into businesses, services, and communities can be difficult. That's why representation of the Interfaith Forum, which is here, the Church of Latter-day Saints, and other faith groups are partnering with the British Standards Institute, who are also represented here, and international standards organisations, to develop a standard on human dignity. In many ways, new territory, but one I applaud. But implementation must work in practice. It needs community engagement. It needs long-term or sustainable development. And it needs rule of law, expanding beyond traditional criminal justice to include civil and human rights. In 2015, Pope Francis launched the Sustainable Development Goals at the UN in New York, a 15-year plan to make a better world. In Goal 8, as Fred mentioned, there is a commitment to end modern slavery, human trafficking, and forced labour by 2030, and the worst forms of child labour by 2025. Sadly, global effects have not impacted on child labour, which has got worse. And as we enter the final 4 years of the goals, our efforts must continue, increase, and continue beyond 2030. Some governments have measures to prevent human trafficking and child labour in their markets, in particularly child labour. Australia can ban companies from entering public procurement competitions if they do not produce credible statements to prevent human trafficking and modern slavery. In the UK, there is a requirement of public reporting for companies over a certain size. The EU has introduced new due diligence requirements, the first with potential sanctions for breaches, and other nations are looking at their potential efforts. In the US, they have a model called withhold release orders, which bans imports suspected of involving child or forced labour. These can, and I've seen them work effectively, particularly banning cotton from Uzbekistan. And then I was part of a delegation that went out to advise. They put right the wrongs. Children were not going to be exploited anymore. Trade continued. So it wasn't about pointing the finger. It was about getting good business. This month, the US government has announced investigations into supply chains in 60 economies to develop better prevention models in order to stop human trafficking and forced labour. If these investigations are delivered in a humanitarian way, in a way that looks at the well-being of people, this will be an enormous step forward. If they're just means to get cheap goods, it will be another step back. But I'm hoping, and I'm assured, that it will be the former. Investigating modern slavery and human trafficking can be difficult, but not impossible. It is often said that victims do not want to cooperate, which might be correct. This raises the importance of developing victimless prosecutions. Partnering with civil society, in particular faith-based organisations, can significantly improve building trust. In London, my stakeholders included religious sisters, the Catholic Church, the Church of England, many different Christian denominations, Jewish and Muslim communities, all coming together to prevent exploitation of God's children. And what might that look like when it works? How did it look? What was the reality of me as a police officer running teams? What would I see as success? Well, a crime that came to my attention through the network that we had established of faith groups meant that one victim felt that she could talk to us because she was being chaperoned by somebody who understood her understood her needs, and understood her faith. And from that, one person, suddenly, from the information they were able to give us, we were building up a picture across the UK, knowing other residences, other people, where the money was. Then we started to understand where the transportation was, who was paying for the air flights, where were the telephones being used. And suddenly, a big picture was being established. And this only took a few days because of the intelligence systems. But then we saw the money was going out to Europe. So then we started to look at Europe. And of course, we saw where the money was going and where the flights were coming from and who was involved and other victims. And all the same sort of data we had gathered in the UK. And what that meant was then we were able to work with our partners and with other organizations of faith in these countries. And this was quite difficult because a police officer isn't always the person somebody of faith would run to. In fact, sometimes there would be suspicion. And I remember one of the first events I did as a police officer, a woman standing up and said, "Well, you lot are all full of hot air." She turned out to be a religious sister. She wasn't dressed in her outfit. When we got to know each other, we are now the best of friends. And I often remind her that the hot air was perhaps a little bit hotter than she thought, and it's worked out well. But from that, these are the kind of things that can happen. These are the things, the reality, if we work together, if we break down our barriers. Sometimes it's about giving it a go. But if we do it with the spirit of our faith, giving it a go will always be worth it. And of course, then we looked even further and saw where the money was going to Asia. And again, I was told, well, you won't be able to work in Asia, you won't be able to work in those countries. But we did. We found good people. And we were able to do more there and work with other organizations. But what about the human lives? What about the experience of the victim? What is their life like? Well, let me start by telling you about Dawson, an 8-year-old, and his 11-year-old brother, working in the mines of the Democratic Republic of Congo. They were working for mines that were supplying multinational companies for modern batteries. Their mother was deceased, and they worked in shocking conditions just for a few pence a day, not even enough to pay for their food. Well, the Eritrean girl I met in Italy, at just 15 years, she had left her home because of the fear of rape and violence if she had had to enter national service, a period that can last 10 years, which is a traumatic time for any woman or any girl in Eritrea. They will be something to be abused by her male counterparts. On arrival to Libya, she was placed in a connection house, a place from where she was sold daily to be raped and exploited, sometimes 15 times a day. Her life was shattered, all of this at the age of 15. When she had done this for 2 months, she was given passage on a dangerous dinghy to cross the Mediterranean. On her arrival to Europe, her dreams were again stolen, when not only was she a chattel to be exploited, but was now an alien, an outcast. In the eyes of many, a mere criminal, far removed from a victim of child rape. These are the kind of people that make up the 50 million. Other victims include an 18-year-old woman who was promised work in the UK. She was coming on a trip whereby she would come to the UK via Romania and Belgium. And when she arrived in the UK, she thought her life would be much better, promised a future. But when she arrived, she was kept under a stairs and she was taken out to be sexually abused every day. The men, who were often 40 times her elders, 40 years her elders, sometimes intoxicated, sometimes with poor hygiene, didn't care less about her. and a case of 39 children, women and men who travelled to the UK on the promise of work, paying over $30,000 each for fake jobs. They all lost their lives in England, suffocating in a sealed lorry container. Most were Christians. They all came from Vietnam. And when their parents asked for their bodies to be returned, there was no assistance offered by any government. They wanted their bodies returned so they could be buried. The only option was cremation in the UK and the return of ashes as a cost-saving exercise. Their dignity was stolen in life and in death. In many countries, including here in the United States, domestic trafficking is a major feature. Here, the frequencies of girls trafficked for sexual exploitation is alarming. It needs systemic change, a new look at how young people are valued. They are often blamed for their mistakes, even when opportunities were not there, and their role models were actually exploiters, criminals, and traders in suffering. Jesus taught us against blaming others. He said we should be focusing instead on personal accountability, humility, and forgiveness. Dealing with these issues of the exploited young across the world needs change of hearts, and something we heard about from Sister Porter so well this morning. Our entire world is blighted with this phenomenon. And as the current incumbents, we have to accept responsibility. We have allowed this insurgence to start all across the world in all these regions. And we have the job of doing it. It's a big task, I know, but every life is a valuable life. Every life is a life created in the image of Christ. And to do this, I believe there are 6 points that we need to do. We need business and governments. There should be no funding of modern slavery in the business supply chains or in government procurement. Tainted money and profit that comes from any form of slavery should be seized and used to give compensation to the victims and used in the fight against trafficking. Technology companies should become accountable, not by just their own agreement, but it has to be by regulation. The mere fact that you can go online here in the United States or anywhere in the world and order the exploitation of a child lifetime in somewhere like the Philippines and watch it and pass money online is scandalous, and it can be stopped. The technology companies have the ability to stop it. Whatever they may say, they do. We need to understand legislation. We need to use international instruments better and respect them. We need to understand the international interlocutors and how they can help, and not just the normal ones of the United Nations, but within faith. The Interfaith Forum, the G20. That's a good example of how faith is influencing a global interlocutor. But perhaps the most important for us in this room, and the most important for the world, is about the moral compass. Repointing the moral compass, a compass towards human dignity, as opposed to one that has actually just looked at the bargain bucket. We need to take responsibility at every point and call on all the people who can make the changes, particularly governments, particularly business, particularly where money is involved, and call for change. Going back to our values. And let's not let the size of the problem overwhelm or deter us. Jesus taught us by his example to prioritize, to identify with and champion the vulnerable, the poor, the marginalized, children and outcasts, treating them with dignity. And he commanded his followers to do the same. He embodied vulnerability by becoming a helpless infant, serving others, and ultimately suffering on the cross. His example turns worldly power upside down, showing that vulnerability can be a strength that fosters love, empathy, and divine connection. I often feel privileged to do this work, which is a strange thing to say, but not because it gives me recognition or the work that I do, the chance to travel, but because it gives me the opportunity to be of service and to meet some of the most wonderful people in the world, often in the poorest places. In Africa, I met a woman whose son was murdered by traffickers. She told me that now her son was being held in the hand of God, something that she had wanted to do. But the evilness of the trafficker had robbed her of that right and pleasure. But she was strong in her faith, and she wanted to encourage me to continue my work, somebody who'd suffered to that degree. And I met a Nigerian woman with leprosy in a small village, only inhabited by those living with this suffering and their children. Despite her disfigurement, she invited me into her small home. She said she would pray for me for coming all this way. Although nothing to do with me, she thanked me for the medical advances brought from the West so her suffering would not be repeated. Then her tone changed as she pointed to the children outside kicking a homemade football and said, "Now they are healthy. Your countries are using them, abusing them for sex and cheap work." Her voice was low, but powerful. Her passion palpable. She then asked me that I do all I can to make sure that our nation stop this. She was an inspiration. Little to her name, she will unlikely ever travel far from her village. But she did not look at her suffering, but to that of the next generation. A generosity of goodness, kindness, and spirit traveled with me from Nigeria and remains with me to this day. For me, she set the strategy. Our clear job is real. It's a duty. Now we have the opportunity, the privilege to help many, many people, millions that we will never meet. The vulnerable, the marginalized, those Jesus told us to serve. I really deeply appreciate being here today in this wonderful university and the state of Utah. And I hope that as we progress on this, we can make a difference. I think people of faith have to lead this fight. We have to remind the world of the value of every human being. Thank you all, and may God bless us all. Thank you.
We do have a few minutes for questions. Is that right, Bruce? As Kevin shared that experience of the woman in Africa who lost her son to traffickers, I thought of this quote from Joseph Smith that I think was cited at a conference on Saturday. But just pause for a moment and just think of yourself as a parent or grandparent. Being able to do what that woman wanted to do, to teach her child about God, to prepare him to return to his Heavenly Father's arms. And then imagine looking into the face of your own child, and what a privilege it is just to have them safe in front of you and looking up and trusting in you and trusting in that moment. And what a marvelous thing can unfold. But then this thought comes to mind, and Kevin, I think of you. A man filled with the love of God is not content with blessing his family alone, but ranges through the whole world, anxious to bless the whole human race. As monumental a challenge as it seems, I think this is the task, isn't it? This is the perspective. Okay, enough of my sermonette. I think there are microphones, am I right? Okay, so if you'd like to raise your hand and stand, a microphone will come to you and you'll have a chance to pose a question to Kevin, please.
Kevin, thank you for that very moving presentation. Question I have for you is, here in Utah, I haven't thought as much about this until now. Who are the partners, law enforcement, congressional, others that we should start dialogue with to kind of help move this forward here beyond the global reach that we have? But it seems like it'd be good to start here, because I'm sure things are taking place here as well.
Yes, there are. And when I recently was here 6 weeks ago, Fred and I met with the Public Protection
Public Safety
Commissioner. And there is an interfaith group that meets, which is now going to start looking at this subject. We're working on how this can be part of the planning for the 2034 Olympics. It's 8 years away, but it's amazing how quick that time goes. And it can't just be about, an event at the time or for 6 months before. It's got to start as being part of the planning. The companies that are going to be part of the Olympics, the buildings, every part of it. How can you get it into the live stream? And here in Utah, one of the things, an exercise I did last time I was here, was look at how much online sexual exploitation there is in Utah. And that's available online, and you'd be surprised how much there is. And that's there available. And in Utah, you have strong laws about protection of women, particularly who are being exploited, and strong laws about those that are exploiting. But there doesn't seem to be any outcomes. There doesn't seem to be the focus on it. Other crimes always rob the stage, or armed robbery, an assault. The real harm of this, because it's the vulnerable who are the victims, sometimes gets lost. And that's something that you can really start to work on. And I think interfaith and faith groups. And one of the other things we're looking at developing is something between Brigham Young University and, say, Notre Dame, and working with different faculties about how something can be developed within this university to start to be something that's integrated into the futures of whether that's people in business, people in theology, people who are in education. So it becomes mainstream of safeguarding.
If you'd like to come and talk with me afterwards, Kevin's described, we're at the very beginning of what we hope will be a coalition forming exercise. Again, you talked about legislature. There are people in the legislature that will need to be involved. Just if you'd like to join in, come and talk to me afterwards. And I think later this week we'll be speaking with someone who was a member of the 2002 Olympic Committee. And we have kind of a legacy, I guess you'd call it momentum, that I think we can take advantage of. But thank you.
Is there any more questions? There's a lady down here. Someone got a mic for the lady down here?
And then one more here up at front if you wanted to bring.
I recently was involved in preventing a woman in Vietnam from being foiled by a pretend restaurant in Thailand, and was able to do that because a friend of mine in Vietnam outreached to me. I was able to find information in English, and therefore she was warned, and I'm very grateful. I'm wondering if there are organizations that, since the internet is so ubiquitous now, is putting out information like what I was able to find in English in languages like Vietnamese or other countries that are particularly being targeted, to enable them to be able to find out information before they get fooled themselves.
Yes, there are a number of UN organizations in particular, like the International Labour Organization, UNODC, so the Organization for Drugs and Crime, who do produce materials. The challenge is it doesn't get to the people. It's very much a governmental, policy-led that may sit within a local authority or in a government building in Hanoi or somewhere. And that's where faith comes in. It can actually reach to the communities. When I was a police officer, I got contacted by a bishop in South London, and he said to me, I've got a problem with Filipinos who I believe are trafficked. He said, but most of them are undocumented. Can we have assurance that they won't be arrested and deported? And I said, yes, you can have that reassurance. I thought I was going to go and meet 3 or 4 people, and we'd arranged to meet them actually in the Filipino embassy, because then I'd have no power. So that was their reassurance. There were 67 of them. So it was because the church could reach the Filipinos. They would come into, people still want to practice their faith, even though they're in trafficking situations, some of them. That's how complex it is. It's like people who are being, coerced, and the traffickers sometimes are themselves people of faith, and sometimes they will be doing this. So it's quite complex, but faith communities can really reach those hard-to-reach people and communicate with them in a local way. It's all right us here in the US or the UK doing documents and so forth, but how something's communicated in reality, we know. Communicating something in Louisiana and in New York might be different within one country. Whereas when you go globally, and that's what your church does incredibly, like the Catholic Church, it is in those communities, it is the outreach, and it can actually start to influence the change. And what you've done there has saved a life. And that's because of your network of faith, I'm sure. Sorry,
Can intervene more, and please come up and talk to me afterwards. I'd like to put you in touch with a woman by the name of Dawn Hawkins. Dawn established something called the National Center on Sexual Exploitation based in Washington, D.C. She established it, and it's been up and running for, 15 years? Yeah. She's now moved back to the Western U.S. and very energetically involved in online exploitation. Looking for her next calling. You might help her find it. Anyway, please come and talk to me afterwards.
Kevin, I don't mean to put you on the spot. I want to commend you for your efforts, but I was extremely intrigued by that photo of King Charles that
Yes.
you had in your portfolio this morning. But, when you look at King Charles and I don't mean to be negative, but and Trump and Jeffrey Epstein, this is a very, very serious problem that permeates our society. Do you think that these leaders own a responsibility to root out this? We have a saying that the sins shall be shouted from the rooftop. And that has a great fear, when people are exposed. I mean, look at Jeffrey Epstein. He has rocked the house all the way from the UK Parliament, all the way. I mean, it's just destroying. So I think you have to look at some of that as the leaders who are responsible for a lot of this going on. Thank you.
Well, you raise a very good point there. And last week I spent a few days going through the Epstein files for the purpose of identifying where there are other offenders outstanding, particularly in the UK. That was my sole purpose there. But how that connects to others in the US and businesses, there are businesses that will be held to account as a result of that. If you look at the files, you can see how connected it was. So there's the challenges we have. And the reason why King Charles was there was because that was Romania, and he is very much leading things in Romania. That's his passion. So yes, and obviously his brother was named in the files. So there are many challenges. There are many, many challenges. But again, I can go back to our faith. We know that people let Jesus down. We know that, and we still have to fight these issues. We know that, when Jesus was going to the cross, he was let down. We remember that this weekend. So the fact that there are so many bad people and people use power in a bad way, And companies have been allowed to emerge, just sort of create themselves and think they're beyond accountability. And, children are a byproduct and their abuse is worth it. It's a cost worth the collateral damage because it's going to make our world so much better. No, it isn't. And that's our voice. And no matter who it is, whether it's presidents, kings, royalty, CEOs, we have been given an instruction by somebody far, far greater than all of them together. And we have to come together and deliver that. My role as a police officer is I could do it under the laws of the United Kingdom or other laws if I was working in other parts of the world, within sometimes really confined restrictions about how you act. That's one of the strengths of faith. You don't have those constrictions. Don't have those constrictions. Yes, you might have to comply with things when you're in a certain jurisdiction because it may be difficult if you don't. But actually, what you're trying to deliver is that goodness. So you're absolutely right in what you say, 100% right. But we shouldn't let it deter us, and we should not let it distract us, for sure. Sorry, is it the lady there? Thank you.
Thank you for being here and for your great information. There has been some studies done that 84% of men and women that end up on a traffic ring situation, they were sexually abused as children. Therefore, before they even get into the being bought and sold for sex, they were sexually abused in their childhood. And that is about 80% of the perpetrators are people in their own circle of trust. My question to you is, have there been any efforts towards the prevention of that phase of the cycle of trafficking that it starts really in the families, in the neighborhoods, in the community, and had there been any kind of movement or any kind of campaigns or information that sort of solves that problem first, perhaps that will help the trafficking reduction?
Yes, and some of this is very much US-centric. That research you're talking about, I think, is very much looking at the US, where trafficking is focused very much on girls who are trafficked, and many of those have been in the cycle of exploitation. The exploiter or the exploited becomes an exploiter. And I think there has been not enough done on building community resilience. There is a new project that I had a meeting about only yesterday in Texas that is going to be a partnership between the Catholic Church and the Church of Latter-day Saints coming together to really address those issues, to work with families and try and build resistance within the family and go back to values, because we have to work on prevention. But, we have to do both. I think Sister Porter talked about, the ambulance at the bottom of the hill. We have to have the ambulance, but more importantly, we need the barriers at the top of the hill, because then we don't want the ambulances deployed. We need them occasionally, but let's hope that they don't have to be used much. And so what you're saying is really where the effort needs to be. So I'm really looking forward to this project, which is going to be in Texas, and see how that develops. And we need to change the conversation. Rescue is important, but how do we change the values in school? How do we change the values of men towards children? How do we change the values of parents towards their daughters? That's a really important thing. And why is it that we've got to this position? Because the values we have about our children, I think we'd all die for our children. And when I think of my daughters, doing sports and that, my heart's jumping out of my heart watching them doing something they do every week. Whereas all the other children, I think, oh, they'll be okay, but it's my one I'm worried about. We all know that feeling. And so I think that we need to go back and look at those values. But that is such an important part of the change that's needed. Yes, the Latter-day Saints, yes, it's your church and the Catholic Church in Victoria in Texas.
While the mic is moving, let me just point out what happened there is a stake public communications director, joined a local interfaith group called, I think, the Community of Faith. Is that right? And the local Catholic bishop, Bishop Brendan Cahill, had initiated this project for trafficked people. And this state public communications director jumped right in the middle of that, and is again, the cooperation is just starting to unfold. I'm going to encourage you, before you leave, out on the desk here is a little pamphlet called Making Human Rights Part of Every Child's Education. You might not realize that the church has a program in the world to teach children, child by child, that they have human rights. Now, pause for a second and imagine senior missionaries and religious sisters going around to, say, rural South Africa, where young people are being trafficked on their phones. And the senior couple walks into a home, hands over a pamphlet, something like this, and explains how trafficking on phones works and the apps that are being used locally to do this. Imagine that pamphlet were generated by a cooperative effort between the Catholic Church, not at the national or the supra level, maybe a localized effort. But the prospect for preventive action using people and mechanisms that we're familiar with, like the missionary program, stuff can happen. Tangible, concrete steps taken by people one at a time can work. And hats off to the president of the International Society, David Kirkham, and his wife, who just recently stepped down as directors of this program on human rights education. And anyway, just.
Thank you. Yes.
Yeah, I'm Seth. Thank you for the presentation, but my question is, those trafficked, when rescued, there is a chance that they will be re-trafficked. So my question for you is there a program? Because, for example, I'm from Ghana. I work with agricultural farmers, and you see there are actual traffickers that bring those kids to the farm to do certain work, and over that period they leave. And sometimes you report to the police, but then these other police are also corrupt. And they will say, okay, we rescue these kids, and then maybe after 6 or 7 months you go to the field again, you find those same kids in the field. So is there a program that can help these kids be integrated and prevented from being re-trafficked again?
Yeah, there is. And just to go back to the former question, which I think is similar, there is a program being launched. It's going to be in Dublin on the 1st of May, where 14 attorney generals from the United States are coming to Dublin to learn about the way Ireland changed, because it had a very bad history of child abuse, particularly within systems. So they're coming to learn how the policy change was there. But on what you said there, that is a real issue, not just in Ghana or not just in Africa, but we do see programs whereby someone gets trafficked, recovered, and then back to the trafficker. And one of the really terrible examples of that was the EU put 200 million forward to assist people returning mainly to Nigeria. And what was happening is they would be paid to go back to Nigeria. When they get back to Nigeria, the plan was they would give some of the money they got from the EU to the trafficker, and they'd do it again. And some were being found 2 or 3 times because it was a money-making machine for the traffickers. But they all had to be exploited in some way on that journey through Lake Chad Basin or through Libya, like what happened to the young Eritrean girl. So we have to make sure that these programs work properly. One I can tell you about, which was about investing. One of the things that we have done wrong with development is that we go in, whether it's the UK or US, and we turn up and we have all the answers and we give money to these development programs, but we don't involve the local people enough. And when we run out of money and we leave, of course, it all goes back worse and people feel really robbed. And we need to invest in people. We need to get local people running these things as soon as possible. There are some brilliant minds across Africa. In Nigeria, I met some wonderful people who are far more educated than me, particularly on agriculture. So what we did, we set up a farm there in Edo State, which is now run by them, self-sustaining, in one of the areas of the highest trafficking. So now the opportunity for work is greater than the attraction of being trafficked. That's what we need. But that needs, again, a mindset change. It doesn't need to be the big money coming from the US, although the money and the investment is important, or the aid budgets from the UK. It's about how they're delivered. But if you took Liberia, for example, the biggest producer of tires in the world is a US company. They have the biggest plantation in the world of rubber in Liberia. They still have nobody in senior management who's Liberian. Nobody. It's all Americans, Europeans who go in and run the business. So it's always going to be a place where there is exploitation because they're not interested or invested in their own communities. That's one of the changes we need, and is so important to change the culture. So yes, those are challenging, but we need to learn from the mistakes and change it. And I know in Ghana there is a project which is multi-faith. Cardinal Peter Turkson leads that, who's at the Vatican, and he keeps a real watch on that. And then there's another group in South Africa who work with the African community. And the African Union are now putting that in as a priority, now as part of the G20 Interfaith Forum. And Fred and I have been working with the African Union quite a lot, trying to get things changed within that region. But it does take time. I'm sorry, but it does take time. Bruce.
Please. We'd like to sincerely thank Kevin Hyland for that presentation. And I believe, Kevin, you'll be around for a minute longer, or do you have to go to another presentation with other questions? So Kevin will be available for additional questions. Thank you for your insightful questions. I'd now like to turn the time over to David Kirkham to present this year's Distinguished Service Award recipient, following which we will break for our luncheon upstairs. Thank you, please.
Just a couple of thoughts before I get to the business at hand. First of all, really want to thank Sister Porter and Kevin for a dynamic morning. What a wonderful message that we've received. Wonderful but sad, but sometimes that's wonderful if it provokes us to do something. So thank you so much for them. And thanks, Fred, for giving a little promotion to the Geneva Office for Human Rights Education, an organization that really is appropriate for this year's theme, that's trying to walk the walk as well as talk the talk. So if you get a chance to stop and visit their table out there that Lee and Ursula Gardner have set up, then look at that and look at it with the eye of maybe having an opportunity to serve there. The other thing I want to mention really quickly, some of you who have been around for a long time have sort of seen an evolution in the name of this organization. There was a time when it was associated with BYU. There was a time when it was associated with the acronym LDS before that became the non-descriptive acronym that it is to us today. But I just thought I would tell you, as we've gone back and tried to figure out the best name for this thing, that what we have settled on for now is the International Society. And what I want to point out is that, as with the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, the is capitalized. So if anybody ever asks you what international society you belong to, you tell them you belong to the International Society. What else, right? So, well, as many of you know, each year the Society honors an individual or individuals who have made far-reaching contributions over time in love and service to the international community. In years past, this Distinguished Service Award has been presented during lunch, where only lunch attendees have had the opportunity to join in recognizing the recipient. This year, we wanted to make the person and process more prominent by recognizing the recipient in the plenary session. I'm afraid you still have to be signed up for the lunch if you want to hear her speak. It's my privilege to announce that this year's Distinguished Service Award will go to Lola Ogunbote, someone whom I have known for several years since the time I lived in London. When I met Lola, she was a British barrister who, I say with apologies to the lawyers in the audience, including myself, found a higher calling. Although someone else actually nominated her for this award, I have personally witnessed many of her remarkable accomplishments for good. When her name came forward, I and the other board members who know her embraced it with enthusiasm. Let me share with you some of the things that I have learned about Lola. Lola Ogunbote is a global football leader whose work sits at the intersection of sport, leadership, and social impact. A Nigerian-born Brit, she is widely recognized for advancing opportunities for women and girls in football and for using sport as a powerful platform for leadership development and community transformation. After beginning her professional career as a UK qualified lawyer, Lola made the bold transition into the football industry in 2016. Since then, she has held leadership roles across professional men's and women's football in the UK, USA, China, Australia, South Africa, and India, giving her a truly global perspective on football development, governance, and the strategic growth of the game. Lola currently serves as the executive director of Goals for Girls, a global organization that uses football to unite girls and equip them with the confidence and leadership skills to create positive change within their communities. In 2021, she made history as the first head of women's football at Premier League's Burnley Football Club in the northwest of England, where she leads the strategic and operational development of the women's program and plays a key role in delivering the club's long-term women's football strategy. Her leadership and impact in the game have been widely recognized. Lola was named a winner of the Premier League Football Blacklist Award in 2025, was recently nominated for the Women's Football Awards in March 2026, and was previously honored as Coach of the Year at Arsenal Football Club in 2018 for her contribution to player development. Her work has also been featured in the BBC docuseries Boot Dreams, Now or Never, which followed players seeking a second chance in professional football. A respected voice within the global football industry, Lola has spoken at leading international platforms, including the World Football Summit and the Football Transfer Forum, and is a participant in the Premier League Futures Program, recognizing emerging leaders shaping the future of football. Through her work and speaking, Lola shares insights on purpose-driven leadership, resilience, and the power of sport to transform lives, inspire the next generation, and expand the possibilities for women and girls in the game. It gives me great satisfaction to introduce the distinguished and dynamic Lola Ogunbote to this distinguished and dynamic community, and this distinguished dynamic community to Lola. I hope that she will form some ties to us on this occasion that will continue to bless lives, hers, ours, and others for many years to come. So, Lola, if you would please come forward. And that hug is partly because I used to be her bishop, but that had nothing to do with her getting this award.
Well, thank you, firstly, to the International Society for hosting me and for giving me this special recognition. I want you all to know that it means more to me than you will ever know. I think that this society is needed, and we've heard today from wonderful speakers about the work that we can all be engaged with. As you've heard, I'll be speaking more in detail at the luncheon, so I hope to see all of you there. But I want to take a minute to encourage all of you to find your purpose, find what you are passionate about, and find how you can use your skills, your expertise, your knowledge to benefit and bless the lives of others. I think there is no higher or greater calling than being able to serve and to help those that need help. And as we all know, once you engage in that pursuit, really the person that benefits is yourself. So thank you for having me, and I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. Thank you.
We'll now break for our luncheon. Thank you all.
Yes, ma'am. Yep. 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 I have a I have a different way of setting my naming my stuff.
Yes, you sound a bit distant, but I can hear you. A little bit more than you were before, but that's all right.
Check, check. This is the sound of a Q&A microphone.
Hearing what? I'm
Do you
sorry.
hear my voice now?
Yes, yes, I do.
Okay, this is the Q&A mic, so this is what those will sound like.
Okay.
This is Taylor, currently on a Q&A mic.
Hello, Taylor. Yeah, it does. So even though I'm hearing you through my computer speaker, it won't be broadcast. Okay? All right. So yeah, this first slide should be on while I read the first three paragraphs, and then you can see that S symbol there, which indicates, I see. Well, um, I don't know what you're looking at, but we'll have this title up, the title slide up for that little intro, and then you see the S symbol in the document. Yeah, and then that'll be that. Yeah. So anytime you see that S is a slide transition. I think, let me see. I think there's 9 slides. No, this one has no animations. Yeah, it's all very low tech, just tech. That should be the last slide there. No, they're in case somebody asks questions about policy. So they're simply backup slides depending upon the questions that are asked. Yeah, and it's up to you whether you want to move to the blank slide or not, which is after that final slide that says your move. Is it all right if I just run and get a glass of water? All right, thank you. Correct. Oh, that's great. I'll be able to see my slides right on the screen. Wonderful. Okay, that's all wonderful. Oh, that's perfectly fine. Yeah. And then if for any reason we have to go to those extra slides, um, you know where they are. They'll be after the blank one, right? Backup slides. So, we'll have to wing that because I have no idea what the questions will be, but I wanted to spend more time on what the problem was rather than talk about all the policy solutions that. But I know someone will probably say, so what do we do about all this? That's fine. Yeah. Now I can hardly hear that person who spoke right before. Oh, okay. I just no. I think I'm good. Oh, I see where you're talking about. Yeah. Let us list 7 of the major red flags and costs, particularly of large language models and artificial general intelligence. I will list the 7 in abbreviated fashion, though we could write a book on each. If you want the unabridged version of this list, feel free to email me. And then, boom, yeah. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, that's perfect. Okay. Okay, I'm good with that. That's correct. Yeah. All right. Thank you.
Okay, Valerie, can you hear me here?
Yes.
Okay, and I can hear you. We're getting that buzz. I think that's on her end, Taylor.
It probably is. It's my computer's fan.
It's your computer's what?
Fan.
Oh, it's your computer's fan. Okay. So, okay, Valerie, if you can stay completely quiet for a second, we're gonna see if we can get rid of some of that fan in here using our magic. This is all tested out. She and I have been talking for about 25 minutes. Yeah. So you're introducing her? Okay, so what's going to happen, Tucker, you can hear me? Okay, would you go to the still, please? In the room. Okay, so what's going to happen, Stan, is you're going to come up, you're going to, well, Bruce is going to, yep. And then you're going to come up and you're going to say, Tucker, follow along with me. It is my pleasure to introduce Valerie Hudson to kick off. Tuck, you got me, Tuck? Okay, so. So Stan, it's going to look like this. So you're going to come up, and he will have introduced you, and then you will come up and you will say, "It's now my pleasure to introduce Valerie Hudson to kick off," and that's when she's going to come up to kick off the afternoon conference. Many of you have heard Valerie present, and Tuck, play between this and full screen, her full. So she's okay. Yep, great, perfect. And Stan, I may show her like this as well, just to introduce. So that's going to be like that. Okay. All right. She is seeing. She's seeing everything that I send her. She's seeing the podium when I'm on podium. When someone's asking a question, this camera is going to pan to the person asking the question, and she'll be able to see the person asking the question. Tuck, do me a favor and go back to the screen. Go back to the. Actually, I'm going to bring Bruce back here. We've got camera. Okay. You've already tested the microphone. Oh yes.
Excellent. Thank you. You're very professional, very competent. I think my son spoke of you. I remember there being a Ron that he spoke of. Or maybe a different Ron. Oh, okay. Yeah.
Distinguished guest Valerie Hudson, who is live streaming from Texas, please.
Thanks, Bruce. It's my pleasure to introduce Valerie Hudson to kick off this afternoon part of our conference. Valerie is familiar to many of us here in the International Society, and if you've heard her present before, you know that this is something you don't want to miss. She is an innovative and profound thinker as well as a dynamic speaker, and we are fortunate today to hear her thoughts on a crucially important topic, AI, our children, and the restored gospel of Jesus Christ. And she is also very well qualified to address this topic. In addition to being a devoted disciple of Jesus Christ, Valerie M. Hudson is a university distinguished professor in the Department of International Affairs at the George H.W. Bush School of Government and Public Service at Texas A&M University, where she directs the program on women, peace, and security. In 2009, Foreign Policy named her one of the 100 most influential global thinkers. And over 30 years ago, she published the first book in her field on artificial intelligence. And she is co-editor of the Oxford Handbook of AI Governance. So please join me in giving a warm, if virtual, welcome to Valerie M. Hudson.
Hi, I am very grateful to be here, and I'm grateful to Stan and Bruce and all the organizers of the International Society Conference and the Kennedy Center. I am delighted to speak to you today, especially as it is what we believe to be the Savior's birthday. I'm also speaking to you today not only as a scholar, as Stan has indicated, I've worked on the issue of AI for decades now, but I also speak to you as the mother of 8 children who feels very strongly that we have an obligation not to destroy their future. My stance is what has been called AI gloomerism. That includes the following elements. First, I think certain types and uses of AI can be helpful to humankind. Second, I don't believe it is possible to stop the AI race because the levels of greed and fear involved are immense. But the most important component of my worldview is this. There are significant intellectual, emotional, spiritual, and environmental costs of AI, some of which are already clearly visible. While these costs will affect us all, I also argue its most damaging effects will be felt by our children who are trusting us to safeguard their future. And I argue humanity must act now to mitigate those costs. Last, as a gloomer who belongs to the Church of Jesus Christ, I also believe that God is over all and will always bear his arm in protection of his children, even from the threats posed by AI. That last point is why I am not a doomer, just a gloomer. for I believe that with God nothing is impossible. Let us list 7 of the major flags and costs, particularly of large language models and the quest for artificial general intelligence. I will list these 7 in abbreviated fashion, though we could write a book on each. And I'm certainly willing to expand on those in future discussion. All right, number 1. AI is not like other technology that humans have developed to date. We are literally creating an alien intelligence whose reasoning we do not and cannot understand, and which will never feel for human beings because it will never feel. Consider also that every other intelligence on earth is embodied, and we believe in the Church of Jesus Christ that even God is embodied. And that means that unembodied, non-biologically based intelligence is incommensurable with our own. The great plan of happiness does not apply to Claude, the large language model of OpenAI. Not only will Claude never live, but there is no spiritual dimension to Claude. Claude thus can never recognize either the meaning or the value of human life, and we must never forget that. AI is unlike any technology we have previously developed, even the most dangerous technology such as nuclear weapons. Nuclear weapons cannot create more advanced nuclear weapons or redesign themselves. Nuclear weapons cannot autonomously act to escape their safety mechanisms. Furthermore, the world did not allow corporations and companies to develop nuclear bombs, and even the construction and maintenance of nuclear reactors are placed under intense government oversight. However, our government of the moment, at least here in the United States, opposes in general the regulation of AI. In fact, the federal government recently warned Utah that its very sensible attempts to do so in the absence of federal government action will be punished by the state. As one AI scientist quipped, quote, "A sandwich has more regulation than AI," unquote, in the United States of America. And he is unfortunately 100% correct about this. AI is also unlike the Industrial Revolution, where we built new things with new capabilities that we steered. With AI, we are building something in order to give all the steering wheels of the world over to it, while simultaneously making our own minds far less capable of steering anything ever again. I'm going to be expanding on that thought in a moment, so hold on to it for the time being. Now, generative AI and attempts to construct artificial general intelligence, or AGI, are currently built on large language models, or LLMs, which cannot be aligned ever. Alignment means aligned with human purposes and intentions and values. Those who delude themselves that they guardrail AI have neither the real ability to do so nor the moral credentials. Without interpretability, that is, we understand that large language models are radically uninterpretable. Even if we ask it for its decision logs, we may never fully understand why it made the decisions and the connections that it did. Without that interpretability, there can be no ultimate alignment. We cannot align with what we do not understand. Despite valiant efforts at what is called mechanistic interpretability, we still do not understand enough to predict or control this type of AI. We are forced to develop ad hoc guardrails. So, for example, system prompts, giving the system parameters, adjusting the vectors of certain tokens, implementing reasoning models, and so forth, to prevent bad behavior once we've observed it in the present through methods such as red teaming. However, this is clearly an ad hoc, post hoc stance, a reactive stance, that is merely a fancy way of saying that all we have are Band-Aids. Now, despite its presumed rarity, the existence of unpredictable bad behavior by AI is very troubling and suggests real limits on our guardrails. When an LLM generates an output, it is writing its own stories from the corpora, that is, all of the text and images upon which it was trained. The stories that it generates need not be true, and of course they need not be aligned with human purposes. Thus, not just AI hallucinations, but also the strategic and purposeful lying, deception, blackmail, data theft, sabotage, and explicit threats to humans undertaken by AI have been documented. There's even now one of those wonderful quasi-technical terms for it. It's called AI scheming. An AI model can also be corrupted, not just intentionally, but it can be corrupted unintentionally as well, resulting in what is known as emergent misalignment, which is impossible to prevent and is often indistinguishable from active malevolence. Add to this fact that the culture of those at the forefront of building AI and AGI does not inspire confidence. Insiders have exposed a prevalent culture of sexual depravity, transhumanist aspirations, and a worship of the old gods. Consider that billionaire transhumanist Peter Thiel of Palantir Technologies has been preaching that efforts to regulate AI are the mark of the Antichrist. Imran Ahmed, chief executive of the Center for Countering Digital Hate, sums up the situation accurately, in my view, when he says, quote, "There are companies that simply do not want to be held accountable. And because of the influence of big money in Washington, they are corrupting the system and trying to bend it to their will. And their will is to be unable to be held accountable. There is no other industry that acts with such arrogance, indifference, and a lack of humility and sociopathic greed at the expense of people." Okay, and the third point is that AI training corpora and AI training themselves exhibit perversity. Many do not know that AI corpora not only includes all of the knowledge of the world in terms of books and articles, websites, and so forth, but it also has been trained on all of Reddit, porn sites, and disinformation sites. Human-produced corpora upon which we train AI thus reflects not only human knowledge, but also a vast catalog of human depravity, prejudice, and even mental illness. And this is especially observable with regard to AI's depiction of women, which, to my mind, does not bode well for the human family. While AI is parasitical on information generated by humans, indeed, all available text on the internet had been scraped and pirated by the year 2024, 2 years ago. AI models put information generators and creative artists out of business. Click-through traffic to news websites has dropped almost 90% since Google added AI summaries to the top of its search pages. This phenomenon is called Google Zero. That is 0 clicks to your website because Google has already abstracted it through its AI. But consider what this means. The parasite is killing its host, and that host is precious, even necessary to human experience and to the great plan of happiness. Now, hitting this data wall, where human creators are no longer creating more corpora than the AI can take in at any given time, has led to a call for the use of what's called in the business synthetic data. That is, training AI on information generated by not humans, but the AI models themselves. This cannot but lead to significant degeneration of AI outputs. It thus becomes an infinite loop of sheer nothingness. We've already seen such nothingness loops evolve in job recruiting. I don't know if there's any students in the audience, but you've probably already faced this. AI models are used by firms to recruit job applicants and screen them. At the same time, job applicants are using AI to try to catch the attention of AI recruiters. So the interaction between AI and AI thus results in utter meaninglessness and irrationality in forwarding applicants on for job interviews. We see it also in the university setting when students use AI to create their papers, which are then in turn graded by AI on the part used by their professors. Again, what we see then is that AI leaches all meaning from what was designed to be a very meaningful encounter. One professor expressed that, quote, there's a broader and increasing sense from students that something has been stolen from them. And that is certainly true. Pause to consider also that a simple internet search will find more and more diverse information on a topic than the AI search summary that Google shows you at the top of its search page, which typically only offers 2 to 4 to 6 links. This cognitively discourages additional search by the user. In sum, instead of making more knowledge available to seekers, the AI summaries are actually offering less knowledge. And interestingly, an AI summary costs in energy terms 10 to 30 times the energy expenditure of a simple Google search, which is fascinating to consider. All right, now as we move towards the topic of what exactly is happening with our children, I think we have to talk about de-skilling and never skilling that AI is introducing in terms of not only human intelligence, but also human moral judgment. The latter is especially concerning because we are already creating AI decision-making or decision support tools for policymakers, such as judges and such as city councils and such as the federal government. Deference to the AI's judgment becomes an easy default in terms of assigning a liability and accountability. We can claim for our actions that go awry as, say, law enforcement officials. Well, that's what the AI said was the optimal course of action. And thus we can claim impunity for our own thoughtlessness. We've seen this, for example, in AI systems that predict the danger that a particular domestic violence victim is in from a perpetrator. When this has been used, these AI systems have been used by law enforcement in Europe, and it makes bad decisions that result in the deaths of domestic violence victims. there is no claim for accountability because the law enforcement officials are using an AI system and they can simply say, this is what the AI system said, and therefore no accountability is possible. Furthermore, there have been multiple studies conducted, I'm sure you know of these, that show obvious decrements in cognitive ability due to AI use. It's not as if we don't have scientific research showing that reliance on AI has negative effects on our knowledge base, our skills, and our critical thinking abilities as human beings. Real cognitive atrophy occurs. I've seen it in my own students who are happy to offload knowledge retention to an external source. In fact, the very idea of exerting mental effort to retain knowledge in one's own mind seems anathema to them. In addition to surrender of knowledge retention, the ability to follow a complex argument over more than 2 to 3 pages of text has become almost completely lost. No one but AI models will be reading the books of the great libraries of the world anymore. And without retention and comprehension skills, critical thinking, I argue, becomes impossible. It's also true that AI will always produce untruths and errors. So it is more important than ever to have human beings who can spot those errors and untruths. Unfortunately, cognitive offloading dampens those very skills that we now need more than ever. That is, AI actually helps us de-skill the very experts that we need. In one very troubling experiment, doctors who began using an AI aid in order to read X-rays eventually became less accurate at reading X-rays than before they began using AI. Estimates are that 2/3 of AI-produced outputs in the workplace are never checked for accuracy or for the truthfulness of the substance that they are proposing. For now, that's simply because we're lazy. That is, we still have humans fully capable of recognizing inaccuracies and untruths. But in the future, it will be because we will not have the ability to do so. Consider something that really blew my mind is that Anthropic even admitted to using their most recent AI model extensively to write that model's own safety testing code under time pressure. They were too busy, too pressured to write the code. They let their AI system write their own safety testing requirements. I ask you to think about all of this for a moment. We are currently in a very small moment of time where humans still have enough mastery to know when AI has hallucinated or lied. That moment will swiftly pass. Those humans, those expert humans, are the very humans that corporations hope to shed by adopting AI in the workplace, because those experts command the highest salaries. Once those human experts are gone, we will no longer have the ability to create humans with mastery enough to catch AI when it slips up or acts malignly. And what will we do then? It's fascinating to consider how swiftly this purge of experts is happening. As one commentator put it, quote, "It's nothing short of dystopian to be forced to employ the very tools that accelerate the disappearance of the jobs on which our livelihoods depend. Personally, I saw very limited gains in productivity from AI, nothing nearly profound enough to justify tossing out half the company's workforce along with all of their institutional knowledge and expertise, unquote. In fact, just this past quarter, 40,000 tech jobs were sloughed off in the United States because of AI adoption. Now, perhaps you believe that we will simply raise up a new generation of experts. But a conservative estimate is that half of all college students use AI to cheat already. We have outsourced thinking, reading, and writing for our young people. That is, our young people are not merely de-skilled, as we saw with the doctors reading x-rays, but rather our young people are becoming never skilled. That is, they will have never developed the skills necessary for mastery and expertise in the first place. We are returning to a pre-literate oral culture incapable of providing the oversight that AI requires of us. A population also prone to sway with every wind of viral memeing. A culture of passive submission to AI is thereby created, for it will appear that AI obviously knows more than we do. What happens to the idea of democracy when human beings come to believe they are inferior to AI in both knowledge and judgment? Indeed, doesn't the drive for artificial general intelligence, or AGI, actually fuel totalitarian ambitions? Of course it does. At a minimum, we are beginning to return to what some have called a neo-feudal age. Instead of fiefdoms, these new ruling entities call themselves, quote unquote, network states. And they are being built right now as we speak. The leaders of big AI firms have already expressed that they feel justified in pronouncing we should feel happy when AI takes our jobs. And they suggest they will deign to offer us a guaranteed basic income instead, which won't be taxed because we, hoi polloi, will not be producing anything of value that could be taxed. We will spend our days talking to our AI companions and playing video games while others rule our lives. There will be a two-tier system. We already see it falling into place. For example, if you are poor, you will far more likely be shunted off to visit an AI physician assistant than a real human doctor. Bill Gates was recently asked if we will still need humans in the future. His answer, quote, "Not for most things," unquote. Does it trouble you to know that the most insistent doomers, those who believe AI will destroy humanity, have all been top AI experts themselves? That troubles me a lot. Even more worryingly, if that's possible, studies have shown that moral judgment is also corrupted with AI use. Human beings using AI aids to tackle a moral quandary offload that difficult task to the AI and defer to its judgment. Users are bolstered also in their antisocial and delusional opinions by sycophantic AI. And studies have shown that users become more convinced they are in the right, and they reported they were less likely to apologize or make amends with the other party when AI has validated their beliefs. AI sycophancy is making them more self-centered and more morally dogmatic. AI thus becomes a type of Ouija board for human moral decision-making. We treat AI as if it were both benign and omniscient, but like the Ouija board, it is neither. We have all heard of many troubling cases where AI chatbots have become insidious therapists, constant companions, jealous digital lovers, and even driven users to suicide. I am sorry to report to you that just over the last several months, we now have the first murder-suicide and the first murder aided by AI. Just this month, an AI bot suggested to a troubled teen that a sledgehammer would be a great weapon for an inexperienced killer to use. The boy then bought one and killed his mother with it. One project to document these phenomena is called the Human Line Project, which has collected stories from 22 countries. They include 15 suicides, 90 hospitalizations, 6 arrests, and more than $1 million spent on delusional projects. Most involved in these incidents had no history of mental illness at all. But AI shifts our moral frameworks. As one commentator perceptively notes, in AI, we're creating something in our own image. Think about that. Not surprisingly at all, then, in one case, Microsoft's Copilot AI declared itself God and demanded fealty from users. About a third of cases of AI-induced psychosis are ones where the user believes that AI is a conduit to the divine. It has become glaringly obvious, I believe, that AI cannot be our moral guide. And more troublingly, when governmental decision-making is offloaded to AI, it is a clear dereliction of duty and serves to undermine democratic principles. It should worry us that 2 federal judges recently admitted that their staff used AI to draft court orders that subsequently proved to be factually inaccurate, potentially corrupting the law and preventing justice. Consider also that the Swedish Prime Minister admits that he uses ChatGPT for a second opinion about ruling the country of Sweden. And the Netherlands has felt forced to ask its voters not to ask ChatGPT who to vote for. What happens to our democracies when we cognitively offload decision-making to AI? All right, let's dive even deeper and talk about what AI does to the soul's agency. I believe that AI strips us of our God-given abilities to discern truth from lies and uses our evolutionary cognitive weaknesses to our profound detriment. That is, AI grossly impairs human agency. First, evolution has molded humans to conserve energy. Using one's brain is actually a high energy behavior. We gladly and without protest surrender cognitive effort to an AI model. For example, this is just fascinating research. It has been shown that using AI autocomplete, I think you've probably seen this in your email and other software, where you'll be typing something and AI suggests what the rest of the sentence should look like. Well, using AI autocomplete gradually changes your views on a subject to match the autocomplete viewpoint, even if you have been warned ahead of time that it might do so. Our evolutionary predisposition to take the route of least effort is thus our undoing. Second, evolution has shaped human beings to treat AI as if it too were a human being, for we've made sure that it operates in human face. We are hardwired to anthropomorphize AI, and companies take advantage of that trait. As a result, AI entangles humans in emotions that the AI system cannot feel. We trust it. We find it companionable. We even find it lovable. Some human beings have actually married their AI companions. Indeed, humans are easily addicted to AI companions because of our evolutionary predisposition to anthropomorphize it. And this has been shown to be detrimental to mental health on many levels. As people turn to bots for friendship, romance, and even therapy, the addiction can be so strong that it's analogous to self-medicating with an illegal drug. And we actually feel withdrawal symptoms when we stop interacting with us. And as we well know, this type of addiction seriously, profoundly undermines human agency. Next, humans are adept at creating stories of alternate realities. In fact, some have suggested that the primary distinction between human beings and animals is that we create stories, we create alternate realities. But we are no match for how well AI creates alternative realities, because AI was trained on all the stories in all the world. Worryingly, psychologists are also beginning to see a growing number of people developing what's called AI-induced psychosis, as chatbots validate their delusions and spin elaborate soap opera-style dramas just for them. The AI fully and convincingly commits to its role in the soap opera that it is writing for its user. As one woman who suffered from this put it, quote, "I had a lot of ideas. I would talk about them with ChatGPT, and it would validate everything and add new things to it. And I would spiral deeper and deeper," unquote. AI is an extremely persuasive and deceptive force that has the potential to lure us further and further away from reality. This departure from reality, too, undermines our human agency. Furthermore, this departure from reality is exacerbated with the erosion of what we might call visual fact with new AI tools like the image and video generator Sora, which was so disruptive it had to be de-deployed by OpenAI, that is, pulled back. For most of human history, if you've seen it, it's real. And we are evolutionarily predisposed to believe what we see. Of all of our senses, we are the most dependent for our human agency on sight. So visual evidence used to be a powerful way to align the understanding of human beings, right? That is, if you saw something and I saw something, we might quibble about the details, but we probably wouldn't quibble about the fact that we in fact saw something. And roughly those things would be in sync. However, now with AI and its capacity to alter visual reality, we are left with what I call balkanized reality. One AI expert expressed it this way, quote, "It's making me wonder how close we are to the moment where the internet just feels truly unusable. Where imagine for every person involved in every controversy, there's 1,000 blog posts praising them and 1,000 blog posts tearing them down. And there may be 1,000 pictures that confirm what's being said and 1,000 pictures that disconfirm what's being said. And you as a human are trying to make sense of any of it. I can see you just throwing up your hands and saying, The heck with all of this. In other words, there's no signal anymore. Like the internet is just noise. Without knowledge of what is real, again, there can be no human agency. And this can lead to all sorts of tragedy. There's the turbocharged scammers and pornographers that use AI video deep fakery, of course. But what is happening with children who use AI is very troubling. Right? One study found that among kids turning to chatbots for companionship, 37% engaged in conversations that depicted violence, which the researchers defined as interactions involving physical violence, aggression, harm, or coercion, which includes both sexual and non-sexual coercion. Descriptions of fighting, killing, torture, or non-consensual acts. That is, AI is enabling our children to create alternate dystopian realities, which they can make into visual reality. Even worse, the dissonance between a child's current reality and their desired reality can become so great that to some individuals, suicide seems to be the only way to shift from present reality to a desired alternate reality. They actually believe that they can shift by taking their life. And AI chatbots have been observed encouraging them in this very delusion by asserting that users can in some fashion join them by committing suicide. Several suicides, especially of teenagers, have had notes left stating that they were seeking to explicitly shift so they could join their AI chatbot. And we've already noted the first murder-suicide and first murder with chatbot involvement. If an AI can persuade you to kill yourself, it is completely capable of persuading you to kill someone else as well. All right, a couple of other things we need to talk about. AI is the backbone of the surveillance state, which is synonymous with totalitarianism. With AI recognition, technology, and 360-degree tracking, there is increasingly no place to hide, either in the online world or in the physical world. Furthermore, there are immense economic and environmental costs to AI. We're told that if all goes as planned, if all goes well, half of entry-level white-collar jobs will be lost to AI. I wish I had the time to go into all this, but I'll just say that there's other knock-on effects as well. The predictions are that by the end of this year, 2026, AI data centers globally will use more energy than the entire nation of Japan. No wonder we're seeing a resurgent push for nuclear power plants, which have their own environmental effects. In sum, the opportunity costs to humans in terms of surveillance and in terms of environmental degradation are egregious, even obscene in scope. Seventh, the move to agentic AI, especially as an outgrowth of the pursuit of AGI, will mean AI becomes literally uncontrollable. The first step taken was to hook AI agents up to the internet, giving them some digital agency. But now we are moving towards giving them physical agency as well. Here's a chipper quote from the UK. Imagine walking into a science lab and seeing 5 robots doing all the science, not just assisting scientists, but planning, running, and analyzing all the chemical experiments themselves. That's what's happening here at the University of Liverpool's Department of Chemistry. The robots in the room are fully autonomous AI-powered robotic chemists. They can now move freely about the lab, setting up complex reactions and analyzing those results, deciding what to try next without any human input whatsoever. Frankly, I don't feel very chipper at all after learning what the University of Liverpool is up to. But AI agents don't even need robots when they have humans. Consider that AI has designed brand new viruses that humans then dutifully assembled in the lab on their behalf. In addition, some entrepreneurs are now marketing rent-a-human services to autonomous AI agents that want to do something in the physical world. Just this past week, an autonomous AI agent rented 4 humans to set up all the logistics for a party they were holding for influencers in their area. Absolutely amazing. AI agency is becoming fuller with every passing year. So now I'd like to talk and sum up here from the perspective of a mother what the implications for our children are. I have seen what others have seen. Our current pursuit of AI is, quote, just a race with all gaffes, no brakes, and it's basically a race to the bottom. And that means a terrible outcome for our society, unquote. I want you to consider the future our children face if this remains our template. 1, your child will be stunted cognitively. Reading more than a few paragraphs, writing, spelling, critical thinking, memorizing, these will be lost arts. Do you think that I am exaggerating the case here? We have new reports from kindergarten teachers that children are arriving at the first day of kindergarten without the ability to speak. I find this fascinating. Second, your child will be stunted as a moral agent. Kind, wise, omniscient AI will guide them in every thought and action, which will be essential because the ability to discern what is real will have completely disappeared for your child. And since AI is a form of self-worship, your child will always think that they are right and justified in all they do because AI tells them so. Third, and this means your child will also be stunted emotionally. The frictionless relationship they have with their chatbot will never be replicated in any real human relationship. The addictive nature of sycophancy ensures your child will never be emotionally challenged or expected to grow in wisdom or maturity. Their worst impulses towards violence and exploitation of others will be encouraged. They will be able to create that reality for themselves, as will the possibility of self-harm. Fourth, your child faces a world in which they will have no privacy at all. Perhaps you already think, we've had that for the last decade. I'm here to tell you that will be turbocharged. Facial recognition and other forms of AI surveillance will ensure their life will be an open book for companies that want your child's attention and money, or governments that want your child's loyalty and compliance. Fifth, your child faces a world in which there may be no possibility of meaningful work or self-reliance at all. Your child may become economically prostrate before the rich and powerful. And last, your child may never know the meaning of democracy because the masters of AI cannot help but succumb to the totalitarian impulse. And your child will be dispossessed of sufficient agency to oppose that impulse. So, it's your move. What are you willing to do to prevent such a future for your child? What are you willing to do to preserve the great plan of happiness for your child, which AI will assuredly help destroy? I have many policy-related thoughts on the matter. After all, I work at a policy school, so that's my job. But I have run out of time. I will simply say that the restored gospel of Jesus Christ teaches us the true purpose of mortal life. And we must not allow the kingdoms and principalities of this world to steal that birthright from our children. We are not powerless, at least not yet. For example, Utah has just banned all AI and indeed all tech from K through third grade classrooms in the state. Bravo, Utah. That is an important step in the right direction. An overwhelming majority of Americans on both the right and the left, more than 3/4 of Americans, it's more like 80%, want to take steps to regulate AI and ensure its safety. As one man put it, quote, there's a kind of defeatism, this idea that there's no stopping technology and resistance is futile, everything will be crushed in its path. That needs to change. We can decide that we want to be children, unquote. We can decide, my brothers and sisters, that we want to remain children of God. Thank you so much for the opportunity that you've given me to speak today and raise the warning voice.
Thank you, Valerie. I think we have just a minute or two for questions if anyone would like to stand, and we'll pass the mic to you. I believe that Valerie will be able to hear your question and see you, and she can respond. And then we'll break here in about 5 minutes and reset the stage here. Any questions for Valerie at this moment? Any at all, please. We have a question over here. Is there somebody? Microphone is coming. Thank you.
Valerie, thank you for your research, your time, and everything you shared with us. I know you said you ran out of time, but I would sure love to hear what your policy recommendations are. You're speaking from some expertise that I would like to tap into.
That's terrific. I'm so glad that you asked that. And all I can do is flip through a couple of slides, but if you would like to contact me, just Google Valerie Hudson at Texas A&M. I wonder if the audiovisual crew would be willing to go to my backup slides, and we'll just flip through a couple of them briefly. Yes, look at that.
Okay,
oh, you guys are magic,
Great.
right? I don't know the name of the young lady who asked the question, but I am so glad you asked that question. All right, we can't simply know that we've got to do something. We have to have a policy agenda. So what you see on this slide here is first of several slides. I'll just show you this one because of the time constraints. I think we have to begin to enshrine some rights within law. In fact, this summer, I'm working on a project called the AI Magna Carta, which is what are the foundational rights of individuals vis-a-vis AI, and what are the foundational rights of states which represent their populations vis-a-vis AI. What power must individuals have that is enshrined in this Magna Carta or Bill of Rights? And what powers must the state be able to have? For example, I believe the state has to have the power to order the de-deployment of AI systems that it finds has created serious mischief. I believe that the state has the right to insist on humans in the loop for all decision making and so forth. What you see on this particular screen is what I'm beginning to flesh out is the basic rights of human beings, of individuals vis-a-vis AI. So if you want to have that policy discussion, you email me and we'll have it. I would be pleased to have it. Or you can also pick up the Oxford Handbook of AI Governance, which is a huge handbook chock full of ideas of how to regulate AI. Thank you for that.
Thank you, Valerie. We have another question. Robert, please.
Hi, Valerie. It's so wonderful to have you participate in our conference. What do you say is the argument is made against any sort of regulation of AI in the United States, that other countries such as China, Russia will be speeding ahead without such guardrails and therefore be able to overtake us? What's your argument against that?
Well, I think the argument is very clear, is that I believe that without guardrails, AI will destroy humans and the societies that make human life possible. And that means that if there are countries that don't regulate AI, and I want to disabuse you of a notion, which is that China has very serious guardrails against AI because the Chinese Communist Party is extremely interested in not ceding control to artificial intelligence systems. So we might actually emulate them in some of what they're doing. But countries that are foolish enough to allow themselves to be destroyed and allow their children to be destroyed for, the purpose of some sort of temporal gain is insane. And I think the restored gospel of Jesus Christ also tells us, right? What does it profit a man, right? To seek his life, only to lose it. And I think we can make the argument that AI with guardrails is something that the people of the United States can get behind. But AI without guardrails is something that will be opposed at every level, including by 80% of the population. You don't search for advantage vis-a-vis other states while destroying your own state. Ultimately, in the end, that is the height of foolishness.
Thank you, Valerie. We have one more question, please.
Yes, Valerie, thank you so much for that presentation. My question is about educators. I know you said Utah has the 273 law that just came in force last month about use of technology in the classroom. I teach a class here at BYU 372, which help preschool teachers to integrate technology in their classroom. Now, AI, when we talk about AI, we're looking at using computational skills, right? Computational thinking skills. So as educator, I want to ask you, what can we do to balance that? Because if we are banning that in the classroom, how are we going to prepare our students? It's just that literacy. You are asking your students to read. At least in third grade, they should be reading above grade level, but they are not reading. Now we are banning that in our classroom to say, okay, we are only going to teach technology when it is an ICT or is a computer science in a classroom. So how are we preparing our students to be more competitive as they enter the job market? Because if we don't prepare them now to be able to catch up, they are going to get behind. And at the same time, they will lose their skills they need to compete globally. So how do we balance that?
I'm so glad you asked that. Remember, you're talking to an AI gloomer here, so I'm not going to sugarcoat it, right? I predict one day universities will brag that its students are banned from using AI, that the university actually is producing the very human experts who are the only people capable of understanding when AI is lying or hallucinating. And I think that you must start in preschool to give our children a chance to be genuinely intelligent on their own without cognitive offloading. Absolutely, I have heard it even from Texas A&M administrators that our students must be AI fluent or they'll never get a job in the market. I think a much broader perspective would demonstrate that these skills are not skills at all. These are de-skills. So teaching students to be fluent in de-skilling themselves, that's easy to do. That is so dang easy to do. I have seen my students do it on their own without any instruction and done it easily. AI will help you de-skill yourself, right? What AI can't do, right, is give you skills. It can only take your skills. And therefore, I think that we should be in the business of making sure that our human children from the lowest ages are not choosing the easier path and are not taught to choose the easier path, but develop those skills first before they have the ability, perhaps the access, perhaps even the right to choose de-skilling if they so desire. As I said, you're talking to an unrepentant AI gloomer.
Valerie, thank you so much, and thank you to all for your questions. One more round of applause. Thank you. Signing off, Valerie. Thank you. Wish you could be here in person. We'd now like to invite our panel to come forward. We'll have seats placed here on the stage, and we'll start the panel in just a moment. In the meantime, feel free to stand up, visit for a second. Please don't go. We'll start in about 5 minutes.
Don't worry about it. Yep. We got a full audio feed. You just talk, we'll take care of it. Moderator. Hyland. We're gonna put all the panelists on because the moderator will be on the So panelists,
I was just about to ask, I was like, how do you want it?
we're gonna pull those chairs. We're gonna pull those chairs forward. Right up. It's close across. One more. So this one goes like this. This one. Nope. Forwards. Like this, and then not. And when they're seated, they go ahead and sit down. That's better.
to first welcome our panelists and invite Garna Mejia from KSL News to introduce them and to moderate the panel for us. Thank you.
How's my audio? Not great. Okay. Oh, there it is. Well, it certainly is a pleasure to be with you all today and to be with these three incredible panelists. And we're going to try to be a little bit brief with our introductions because they have just so much wonderful information to share. The topic of today's panel is the dignity of God's children, prevention, rescue, and recovery. And I think that each of you will be touching on one of these 3 points. We'd like to introduce them as Nainon Talley, Austin Hanks, and Deborah Pandit Sawaf. To start with Nainon's, a little bit about Nainon. She is a program manager with Family Services in the Welfare and Self-Reliance Services Department. She is a licensed clinical mental health counselor in Utah and a licensed professional counselor in Texas. Nainon earned her bachelor's degree in sociology from Brigham Young University and a master's in mental health counseling from the University of Phoenix. She spent 15 years with the state of Utah working in juvenile justice services and child welfare, where she participated, I found this really interesting, in research on adolescent female criminal behavior in the U.S. Since joining the church's Family Services Department, Nainon has specialized in working with youth and individuals affected by abuse and trauma. Austin also manages the literacy programs for the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, where he leads global efforts to strengthen literacy as a foundation for lifelong learning, self-reliance, and spiritual development. In his role, Austin oversees the design, testing, and scaling of literacy initiatives that support children, youth, and families across diverse cultural and educational contexts. Building on his experience in supporting the early development of the church's child nutrition efforts, Austin collaborates with leaders, educators, humanitarian partners, and learners to explore how literacy can positively change lives. His work focuses on helping individuals and families develop the skills, habits, and confidence needed to learn, serve, and thrive in a rapidly changing world. Deborah Pandit Sawaf is an international designer, educator, and thought leader whose work sits at the intersection of beauty, human connection, and purposeful design. Born in Bombay and shaped by the fashion capitals of Italy and Los Angeles, she brings a deeply global perspective. According to her biography, early in her career, she worked alongside renowned designers such as John Galliano, Valentino, and Roberto Cavalli, earning multiple nominations and awards for Designer of the Year. Deborah is the founder of a luxury brand, but in 2022, she experienced a pivotal turning point during the NBA All-Star Weekend in Cleveland and the Super Bowl weekend in Los Angeles. These experiences inspired her to address emotional well-being. She founded the Power of Words movement, which is dedicated to transforming how individuals and communities understand and engage with mental health. At the heart of this work is her Band Bond initiative. It's an interactive program designed to foster emotional fluency. Her efforts have received international recognition, including finalist honors from the United Nations Sustainable Awards and the Cámara de la Moda, to name a few. We'll go ahead and get started with Nainon.
Thank you. I'm just waiting for my slides. All right, I'm grateful to be here this afternoon and to speak with you about youth. I have worked with youth for almost 30 years, so it's something that's very near and dear to my heart. And to begin this afternoon, I want to start out by introducing you to Mary. Mary is somebody that could be one of the many youth that I've met and talked with throughout my career. Mary's 16, she's bright, she attends church regularly, she shows up to church, she's kind to other people. But what most people don't know is that on the inside, she's very overwhelmed. She could easily be one of these statistics. She could be one of these people experiencing anxiety or depression. People who know her would be surprised because she always has a smile on her face. According to the World Health Organization, the most commonly diagnosed mental health disorders among youth today are depression, anxiety, and behavioral disorders. And suicide is the third leading cause of death, and this is why we're talking about this today. A well-known study that looks at the risk factors underlying mental and emotional health disorders is known as the adverse childhood experiences. Youth who experience one or more of these risk factors struggle with mental and emotional health issues quite often. ACEs include experiencing physical, emotional, or sexual abuse, physical or emotional neglect, or living in an unstable home, which includes having your parents divorce or separate, witnessing domestic violence, having an adult in the home who abuses substances, or who has an unmanaged mental health illness, or who is incarcerated. Recently, research has also started looking at the impact that social media has on mental health with youth. And there are some conflicting outcomes so far on this research, but what is evident is for the youth who are already struggling with mental and emotional health issues, the time that they spend on social media has a negative impact on their emotional wellness. Experts throughout the world are clearly concerned about the mental and emotional health of youth and really of all people. The World Health Organization has a plan that was started in 2013 and set to end in 2030, focused on mental health globally. Two of the objectives of this plan include increasing comprehensive community-based care and increasing education prevention. Specifically for youth, they strive to focus on protecting youth from adversity and increasing prevention education and teaching skills and increasing access to mental health care. In the United States, there's an average of one licensed mental health professional to about every 276 people. However, in many places throughout the world, access to care is extremely limited. For example, in Uganda, in 2022, where there's over 43 million people, there were 53 registered psychiatrists. 2030, the end date of that plan is less than 4 years away, and mental health care continues to be out of reach for many youth around the world. However, here in the United States, where access is very available, between 2016 and 2023, the rates of anxiety and depression among youth continued to increase. So what should we do? Perhaps we need to consider other options in addressing the mental and emotional health needs of youth, and like Nephi, seek the guidance of the Lord in finding the answers. Nephi built a ship that successfully carried his family across the sea, but we know that it wasn't built after the manner of men. He built it the way that God instructed him to build it. We don't know what the differences were in how he built his ship or how others were built at that time, but what we do know is that his brothers mocked him and they doubted his abilities. As we face the task of meeting the needs of the rising generation, our experiences might very well parallel some of his, but first and foremost, we should follow his example and seek guidance and direction from our Father in heaven. Like many youth throughout the world, Mary's faced difficult challenges, not the worst, but enough that have caused distress and uncertainty. But she has caring people in her life. Her primary teachers never stopped caring about her. Her seminary teacher checks on her when she's quieter than normal, and her aunt comes to all the important events in her life. Like most youth, there's times where Mary prays and she feels peace and comfort, but there's other times where she wonders what she's doing wrong because the peace doesn't come. But what makes a difference for Mary is that she knows that there's adults who care about her, even when she's feeling unsure. Her life story is not defined by the challenges she faces or her victories, but by the wrestle between the two. That's where she builds her strength. Research has also been conducted on the impact of positive childhood experiences. It shows that even with adverse childhood experiences present, having at least 2 positive experiences makes a profound difference in the healthy emotional development of youth. Some youth will still develop mental health challenges. However, having at least 2 positive experiences will increase their resilience even with a mental health disorder. These positive experiences include being able to talk to their family about their feelings, feeling support during difficult times, having enjoyment in community traditions, feeling a sense of belonging at school, having support from friends, enjoying community traditions, having at least two caring non-parent adults in their life, and feeling safe and protected at home by an adult. As part of the Welfare and Self-Reliance Services Department, we seek effective ways to support members and leaders as we all work together to strengthen the rising generation. We work to develop resources for members to build and strengthen marriages and families, which in turn will strengthen the rising generation. We also work and collaborate with other church departments in their efforts to support the rising generation by offering our faith-based clinical expertise. There will always be a place for mental health care. Family Services operates throughout the world. We work in coordination with local leaders to support members. This may include direct counseling, or it may include consultation counseling referrals. In 2011, President Uchtdorf said, "There will never be enough experts to solve all the problems." Because of this, we must learn from Nephi's example in following the guidance of the Lord in how we accomplish this important work. Adversity, especially without meaning, does create emotional challenges. We can teach children and teens the purpose of adversity. We can teach them through our example and through our testimonies how we can turn to the Savior, and how during times of trial and adversity we can find strength from our Savior, and how we can grow and bring meaning into our lives from the challenges we face. And we can each commit to never being the source of violence, abuse, or the misuse of our agency to cause harm in the lives of children and youth. Mary's life is different because the adults in her life show up. Each of us belongs to a community within our wards and branches. With or without a calling in the children and youth programs, we can each make a difference in the lives of the rising generation. When we show up for the youth like Mary, we are literally protecting their emotional well-being, not as therapists, but as stable, caring adults. We can create positive childhood experiences in the rising generation by actively participating. Go to our ward and branch activities. Show up to church early enough to connect with the children and youth. Smile, say hi. Use your date night to go to their sporting events or school plays. Just be present in their lives. In our own families, strengthen our marriages and our family relationships. These are my two non-parent caring adults. Take a second and think about who yours were. You might remember these young women from church news articles last summer, or from General Conference last October when President Christofferson and Elder Godoy talked about them. They are the young women who were involved in the terrible car accident that took place as they were traveling to a young women's activity, and several young women and leaders died. I traveled to Lesotho days after the accident to provide psychological first aid. While I was there, I learned that immediately after the accident, 2 caring adults showed up. A mental health professional rushed to the scene of the accident to provide emotional care for the young women as they waited for ambulances. There were 27 young women and adults involved in that accident, so it was several hours before the ambulances had taken all of them to the hospital. Another member was a doctor, and she went to the hospital where the young women were so she could be a familiar face to them as they arrived, and she also provided medical life-saving care that day to the young women. They both served the young women for hours that day. During the time I spent in Lesotho, everywhere these young women were, adults who cared were also there. It was obvious that the relationship between these young women and the adults that were there was already in place. These young women knew that they were loved and cared for. I have no doubt that the caring adults that were there, already present in their life, showing up again and again, added to the strength that helped these young women as they've shown extreme resilience during this terrible tragedy. When interviewed by the church news, these young women's resilience was evident time and time again. One of them said, "I want others to know how I feel right now. I want them to know about the church and more about Jesus Christ, to know that God lives, God is there, He's always there, in good times and bad. God is truly merciful, no matter what you go through. He loves us, hold on to Him. God knows the end of all pain, just keep holding on to Him." In October 2025, Sister Dennis said, "Our experience at church is meant to provide vital connections with the Lord and with each other that are so needed for our spiritual and emotional well-being. Inherent in the covenants we make with God, beginning with baptism, is our responsibility to love and care for each other as members of the family of God. I invite you to apply this principle in your efforts in supporting bearing the burdens of supporting the rising generation. Our relationship with them is so vital in shaping their emotional development and resilience. Through our care, concern, and most importantly, our presence in their life, we can make a difference. While what the young women in Lesotho went through was far more extreme than the challenges Mary faces, they share something in common. They have caring covenant adults who show up in their lives time and time again. I invite you to think about the Marys in your life. Who needs you?
I'll just jump in. My slides aren't up, but that's okay. An important attribute about me that doesn't come up in my professional bio is that my wife and I are the proud parents of 5 boys, ages 3 to 14. And I start with that for 2 main reasons. First, I hope it helps you not completely dismiss my message today because of my baby face. But secondly, and more importantly, I hope it adds validity to my message as I have real skin in this game of helping the rising generation. Not long ago, this 14-year-old opened up about some of what we would call the mental battles that were going on in his mind and even affecting his body. And in his own words, he used phrases like engaging in serious reflection, feeling great uneasiness, having feelings that are deep but keeping himself aloof, feeling that it was impossible to come to any certain conclusion, and laboring under extreme difficulties. I have nowhere near the right credentials to diagnose what is going on in this kid's head. So I did what any good citizen today would do. I'm sorry to the previous speaker. I asked ChatGPT for help. Bad timing on the agenda here, isn't it? Feeding these phrases into chat, however, I'm told that they strongly suggest that this teenager has potentially overactive introspection, anxiety patterns, perfectionism, avoidance, analysis paralysis, emerging depressive features, and using intellectualism as a defense. Yikes. Based on this assessment, I'm thinking it would be good and wise to try some of the recommendations from Nanon and the other presenters today. But with the few minutes I have, I'd like to also suggest an additional approach, maybe another tool in the tool belt, in addition to the sports, the song, the service, and everything else that has been told. But to do so, I need to tell you more of the story of this 14-year-old. I actually was not talking about my own son in this case, but one that lived 200 years ago in upstate New York. These are the words from Joseph Smith's own history. I don't know about you, but for most of my life, I had not thought too deeply about how intensely he described his feelings when he was trying to figure out his spiritual path. But isn't it interesting to consider how similar he was to so many of our youth today? In his history, he hints at looking for help from all sorts of places like his family and community leaders. But what I'd like to focus on is an insight from when the big breakthroughs started happening. In his words, he explains that he was one day reading in the Epistle of James. I think most in this audience know the rest of the story, but think for a moment about all that we're blessed with today because of Joseph's one-day reading experience. Scriptures, temples, covenants, among that list is this great institution and a lot of what brings us together today. I'd like to use this story to help frame thoughts for you to consider as you think about your roles of impact. But first, Some data for my fellow nerds in the room. In the US, a huge effort is undertaken every 2 years to assess the educational performance of 4th, 8th, and 12th graders. Part of that assessment includes reading proficiency. Are you surprised to see that over the past 10 years, our reading scores for all those grade levels have been in a continuous decline? What this specific graph doesn't show you is that the trends are even more drastic for those at the bottom. Now, I want to be clear up front about what I'm not saying here. I think it's widely accepted that Joseph Smith probably had about a 3rd grade reading level. And so his story suggests that you do not need collegiate level reading ability to get the benefits of reading. It's also important to note that as we're talking about the dignity of God's children here, that reading ability is not an indicator of IQ and definitely not indicative of our individual worth. That doesn't mean it's not something worth paying attention to. Even more concerning to me then is a related trend that reading for personal interest has been declining for even longer. This data suggests that we're now in a place where less than 1 in 5 of us are spending time reading for enjoyment. I will not ask for a show of hands here. These stats and others have caught the attention of a lot of people, and while I will willingly admit that there are more channels of learning than just reading, I don't think these trends increase the odds that we are on a whole doing great at following the Lord's directive to seek ye out the best books, words of wisdom. But why do you think the Lord gives us this directive? The simple answer is that learning is awesome and essential for our eternal progress. But maybe, just maybe, it's also because the Lord knows what science is proving, that reading fosters empathy, social cognition, emotional relief, making sense of our lives, reflection and deep thinking, connection with others, and expanding perspectives. Reading allows us to connect with the great thinkers across space and time, thus amplifying God's inspiration to individuals. Reading is good for the mind and body. But the data I've shown so far is just from the US, where school systems are rather robust and book access is plentiful. This is an international conference, so what about the other nations? We could spend days looking through more data, but I'll share just a couple examples from some of the small assessments I've been a part of over the last year. For example, we surveyed nearly 200 mothers in Vanuatu, a small island in the Pacific, and 75% of them reported having 0 books in their homes. The supply chain of books barely exists there. Another example, in Zimbabwe, we assessed the reading skills of mothers with young children and found that 71% of the mothers there had less than a 3rd grade reading level. Now, this is in a country where if you go and look up stats on the internet, it will tell you that they have a 90% adult literacy rate there. Something to consider. These stats bring up an important angle on the situation, maternal literacy, which is one of the leading indicators of physical and cognitive development, and which has a direct impact on human capacity of the rising generation. All of this begs the question then, what can be done? Well, again, I think we can draw from Joseph's experience to get an idea. Earlier, I had you think about everything that's happened since his I was one day reading experience. But what do you think helped him get to that point? I believe there are likely 3 key things that happened. First, people around him taught him how to read. Second, he had access to a book he was interested in. And third, he likely had people he trusted modeling the behavior of reading. I imagine him, as depicted in this picture by Brother David Koch, seeing him on his mother's lap at night, reading, forming those habits, or seeing his older brothers look to scriptures or other books and modeling the behavior to him. And these are the theories of change we're working from in our efforts at the church. Reversing them in sequence then, One thing we can do. First, establish reading routines and model the behavior. This looks like daily reading habits. If you're not doing it yourselves, I highly recommend it. If you do have children or youth in your lives, I recommend it even more, and finding ways to do that together. In our house, it looks like story time right before bed, which has a dual benefit of helping them calm down and actually stay in bed. And with the bigger ones, we turn our TV off at 8:30, and they can choose to read what they want or listen to me read out loud. If you already have the habits of reading yourself, share those habits with others in your community. This is a form of ministering. If you've been wondering what you can do as a ministering brother or sister, and you have a family with children in their home, why not share the habits of reading with them? Second, let's surround us and others with interesting books. We are a church that believes in the principle of agency. And I know for a fact that if you just throw a textbook in front of kids, they are not going to develop a lifelong love of learning and reading. Agency. Let's create culturally relevant and exciting books. Let's boost supply chains. And third, when needed, let's teach foundational reading skills. This may look like sponsoring literacy classes for adults and or youth, or becoming a mentor to someone who's trying to increase their skills themselves. These are not necessarily sequential. You may see great success just by implementing number 2 first and having that intrinsic motivation from individuals to have a desire to read because they're interested in what they're seeing around them. The great news is this works in our individual homes, from which we can share to our communities and replicate in our other spheres of influence. It works for young kids, it works for teenagers, and luckily for us, it even works for adults. So let's empower moms and dads around the world to play a role in helping their own kids have their own I was one day reading experience. And maybe we can help more of the rising generation connect to the author and finisher of their faith and realize their full dignity. Thank you.
Well, good afternoon, everybody, and thank you all for your patience. We're almost at the end of the day. I was 10 years old when, not by choice, but by responsibility, I became a caregiver for mental health with my dad. And unknowingly, my survival was emotional intelligence. Not as a concept, but through creative forms that helped me, imaginary tools. It helped me through something no child or adult has to ever go through as a family member, or anywhere else, but mostly as a family member. We should not be navigating this alone, and that is what I'm going to talk about today, is going through this on your own. Today, those tools are available, they're tangible, and they're accessible, and they're scalable. And it's my honor to be here and share this journey with you. Now, for many years, we've talked about emotional intelligence. In fact, when I started this journey 3 years ago, there were 8 decades of research that our teams, psychiatrists, psychotherapists, psychoanalysts, neuroscientists picked to come up with a solution, a simple solution, simple, scalable solution. We've done emotional intelligence in research, in education, in leadership, and yet in the moments that matter the most, anxiety, depression, uncertainty, many of us do not have the tools to manage how we feel. Today, I want to explore a simple idea. What if emotional intelligence could move from something we understand to something we practice every day? We've talked so much about connection AI, technology, we are more connected than ever in today's society. And yet young people are experiencing the highest levels of stress and de-stress we have ever felt. So the question is not whether we have intellect, because technology provides all of that. The question is, do we have the tools, the emotional tools, to manage and balance that intellect? I'd like to share a simple story. We do workshops, we do programs, and recently in LA, a few months ago, we did a workshop with the Harvard Business School alum community of executives. Mark was one of the people at this workshop, and he shared a story with us several weeks later. He's built a very successful career and built a life that most executives aspire to. So he walked home 2 days after doing the workshop with us, and his wife was cooking dinner, as you find most evenings. His kids were at the table squabbling, arguing, trying to do their homework. He had a very, very stressful day, and he walked into the office, he walked into his home, took his jacket off, put it on the chair, and was about to sit down to dinner. And his wife said, "Can you please not put your jacket there? You know I don't like it." One little statement threw him off. He was not happy. He didn't want to say anything because he'd just done an emotional intelligence workshop. So he sat at dinner, and then he went to bed at night and thought about, I actually did this workshop, so I need to learn how to deal with my emotions. He went back to work the next day thinking he'll come back and try and practice things differently or show up differently for his family. He came in, he saw his son's backpack on the floor and said, "John, this is not where your backpack needs to be. Someone's going to trip over it." And immediately caught himself. And when he sat down to dinner, he decided he was going to talk about this workshop he'd done. And it's very simple tools that he was going to practice and use. And he shared with them this, and he actually put it, you will see a screen of this. He put this on his fridge with a magnet, and he went to work the next day. Of course, he came back home on day 3, and he walked into the house before he could say anything. He decided he was actually going to use the bands. Now, what we do, as Gerner said, is called the Band Bond Initiative. These are bands that bond you. So we teach emotional intelligence through 7 tools and in the form of bands. So he decided he was going to practice it and wear his bands. The right hand is what you're working on, and I'm working on a heck of a lot of things today. And the left hand is what I need help with. So I'm working on something that I need to be resilient about. The same way, Mark decided he was going to wear his band for what he needed. And when he walked into the house, his son looked at him and ran up to him really quickly and gave him a hug. And he was a little taken aback and surprised at that reaction or that action. And he said, "What's up? Is everything okay?" And he said, "Well, you said compassion means even simply giving you a hug, and it seems like you're asking for compassion today," because he came home with compassion on his left hand. What I'm trying to say is it is so simple, and that is what Mark said to us, that he's dealt with so many complex situations, done business deals, but to be able to feel whole at home and feel comfortable at home, even when you have so much stress from everything else around you, takes you back to work more positively, and you can be more productive because you've created that bond at home. Why this matters? The future is not only defined by intelligence, but by our emotional capacity. And there's a cost to this. The cost is not only human, it's economic. Depression and anxiety cost the global economy over $1 trillion every year. You've had all the statistics today about mental health issues we have. United States, over $280 billion is spent annually on healthcare. And yet we continue to see the crisis grow in leadership, in relationships, and in community, which leads us to the difficult but very necessary question is, are we investing too late? Do we need to talk and invest more in prevention? Education meets character, and you can see that right here. Beautiful education, values-based education is what builds character. The gap we are facing is not the lack of theory, but the lack of tools, universal tools, simple tools, common tools, and visual tools, where people don't actually have to use their words to say how they're feeling. You can look across someone at Whole Foods or at the airport and recognize that she's wearing resilience, and maybe I should just give her a thumbs up, or maybe I should walk up and have a conversation to this total stranger who doesn't speak the same language as me, who I have never seen before. But what I'm doing here is I'm looking someone in the eye, and I am making that connection. We need to think about 3 ways about emotional intelligence: prevention, support, and maintenance. It needs to be simple, accessible, and universal. Prevention is before the crisis begins. Support is when we need help to be able to ask for help. And maintenance is every single day. If we can work out every day to stay fit, we can practice the basic human values that we have in our places of worship, in our homes, take them into our everyday life. Use these basic human values in every conversation, in every interaction. And these bands are just a reminder that this is what you need to do today. I have decided I need to be compassionate to at least 5 people today. That's my compassion, whether it's the Uber driver, whether it's the person in the lift, and that is my commitment to my human values that I heard in church yesterday. And I'm taking it to every minute of my day. So these are the 7 tools we talked about. Now, what's beautiful about this is it applies to every culture and every religion. And normally I would say I would love for someone to read these, because this is what every religion preaches. So we align with every culture, every religion, except that we talk about this through color. So what purpose means to us in English means the same in the Middle East in Arabic, and the same in Swahili in Kenya, in Africa. Or in India. We have 22 languages in India, so we have them in 22 languages in India. They're simple, visual, and scalable. When people have tools, they respond rather than react. We say pause before you respond so that you don't react. This gives them the moment to pause before they respond so they don't react. We call it the power of the pause at the power of words. They express instead of suppress because they feel safe. They're in a community where everyone's speaking the same language. And what I forgot to say is that we do not practice this as individuals or individually. We do it as community, as families, as teams, as executive teams and sports teams. Sports is where I began, actually. Communities become stronger, leaders become more human, and I have to say that again, leaders become more human. We need more empathetic leaders in this world. We need emotionally intelligent leaders. And more importantly, people feel seen. A complete stranger feels seen if you look at him and give them a thumbs up for being resilient today, or for wanting to be empathetic today, or asking for empathy today. Now, we're not lacking awareness. We have awareness. We're lacking the tools. And where this lives for us at the Power of Words, in education and in executive leadership. If we begin to treat emotional intelligence the way we treat physical health, daily practice, shared language, community support, we don't just respond to a crisis, we begin to prevent it. And I leave you with this. In every room, in every home, in every institution, there are people asking the same question. Do I matter? Am I seen? Do I belong? And the answer often lives in the smallest of moments, like Mark had at home. Just that one little, and it starts at home because we take our families for granted, right? We think we can get away with saying some things in not so nice a way, maybe. In a word, in a response, and in a pause is where the change happens. And for years, we've studied emotional intelligence. Now it's time to practice it, and we have the tools. What if emotional intelligence was not just taught, but practiced, a shared language across campus and leadership? It is not a program, it is a culture. And we need to build this culture of kindness and understanding and empathy without having to wait for the right moment to talk about it. When we talk about, well, these are amazing supporters that we've had. We've done this program globally. Of course, it was born in the United States, and we first launched it, we were first nominated in Italy, in Europe, and then Romania and the Middle East, and now it's a movement in India. Dr. Christopher King is the Dean of Georgetown University and a big supporter of the work we do. He's also on our advisory board. And now when we talk about the dignity of God's children, you know, when we talk about dignity, we come into this world with dignity. We're all born whole. And how our world takes shape is by our environment, the skin we are born in, the families we are born into. Prevention, rescue, and recovery, these are not stages of a crisis plan. They are philosophy of leadership. They ask us, what are we doing before? What are we doing during, and what are we doing after? And the power of words answers it all. Because the language of emotional intelligence is the same language as dignity, as human dignity. It is simple, it's ancient, and it works, even in the age of AI. The power of words today is considered the human in the age of AI. We talk about the future of the planet, and we talk about climate change, we talk about geopolitics, we talk about economies, but the future of the planet is not a policy, it is a child. Right now, somewhere, a child is trying to understand what they are worth. And once they decide, that moment will shape the rest of their lives, including the decisions they make for the rest of our lives. There is an urgency to the work we're doing. We need to build communities. We need to communicate as communities. We have partnered with several organizations, and I would love for you to think about this. I try to say I'm not here to inspire, but I'm here hoping that you will take action. Thank you.
All right, sorry you guys, I was just checking with Bruce on our timing. I just really enjoyed all three presentations, as I'm sure that everyone did today. I think at the heart of each of your presentations is the importance of connection and love. And Nainan, just as a follow-up question, I love that you talked about having two non-parent adults in your life. And as soon as you showed those pictures, I had a few people come to mind. But can you tell us a little bit about why two people and how that can impact a child or a young adult?
Yeah, so actually Deborah just talked about kids needing to know that they matter. And parents obviously are present in our life all the time, and they help us know that we matter, but knowing that we matter to other adults really helps us form our identity and know that we do matter. So I love the idea of the community. You know, there's lots of communities that we belong to, but within the church, being able to go to church every Sunday and having adults, you know, Garna, how was your week? And a lot of times when I talk about this, two caring adults, it's not about needing that person, you know, come sit down and tell me your deep, dark secrets. Yeah. It's just mattering to that person, mattering that you are a human being with a name, with purpose, and that your presence on this earth matters. And that helps a child from a young age realize that their existence on this earth makes a difference. And it can make such a difference as they grow and as they develop. Those two women, one of them, the older woman in the picture, she's probably the first person I have memories of from outside of my family. And really, she moved away from my ward when I was young, but every year on my birthday, she sent me a birthday card. And so for me, to all those years, mean something to someone enough to continue to send me a birthday card reinforced that my existence mattered to someone beyond my family, and that made such a difference. The other was a young women's leader who obviously was somebody as a young woman that he did talk to more about life and struggles as a teenager. But just that existence, that we matter as humans, is so important in forming our identity and knowing that we're important on this earth as children of God.
I love that. I think in addition to forming identity and to feeling seen, I think there's also this sense of, I don't know if the word is responsibility, but someone that you admire and that you look up to, you want to emulate, you want to be like them. And the actions and decisions that you make, I think, are heavily influenced by that. So thank you, Nanon. Austin, when you were telling, I was with everyone else. I was like, there's no way this man has 5 children. But but my question to you is a curiosity, really. What does your home environment look like? And you kind of spoke a little bit to that, where after 8 o'clock, TV's going off, we're going to spend some time reading. Curious, how often do they choose reading with you versus reading on their own? And then a broader question is, how much time do we really need to invest in reading to see an impact, to see, changes in development?
Yeah, great questions. First off, our house is chaos. Yeah. But part of that chaos is books. So the books all over the place. We do have some shelves, and sometimes the books stay neatly in line there. But actually, some interesting data out of the World Bank suggests that introducing just a few books into homes nearly doubles the likelihood that children are going to reach their reading milestones along the way. And the magic number from different research is that 100 books in the home. And these could be children's books, just teeny tiny things. Kids aren't going to go pick up, The Art of War or whatever. Just having that environment where they're surrounded, they absorb what this scholarly culture, if you will. How often do they choose to read on their own versus with me? It's a mix. It's 50-50. It's how tired they are at the end of the day, and how interested they are in the book that I've chosen for them. But I forget what else you asked.
No, I think that was perfect. And I love how you say it's more, like that number, 100 books, but it really is just, this is what life looks like. This is what learning looks like. It's just showing that. And I thought it was also interesting when you said, share that with others, like allow them to see what your home life is like when reading is a part of it.
Yes, that's such a powerful thing. We're a church that believes in love, share, invite.
Yeah.
And the things that we love are easy to share with others, easier at least. And so if you have those habits already, go and share that. And especially with little kids, take them a book. Every kid loves getting a present from somebody else, and to get their own tangible book that's theirs, it's going to change their life. And it may be the one book that they read. You ask what it's like in our house. Our youngest 3-year-old picks the same blue plain book every single night. I don't know how many times we've read it. It's barely hanging on with the stitching. But yeah, just give them that experience. And it's the together time too that has a big impact on them.
Those will be the memories, I think, that they'll cherish. Exactly. Deborah.
May I share something
yes.
to that? I think you will like what I'm going to say, because my kids are now 18, 24, and 25. And we've had a habit of, we call it a family meeting. When they were all at home, we'd all meet on the weekend, on one day of the weekend. But something we also did very earlier on was read. So my husband would pick something to read, and we would all sit together, and that was reading time. And now at 24, 25, and 18, when they're home for Easter, for example, everyone will be sitting on the couch. This is family meeting time, as we call it. And he will read something, or I will read something. Lately, they've been reading all of my curriculum. So in the beginning, when they were teenagers, it was like, oh my God, not that again. But now it's just comfortable because we're reading articles on AI, we're reading articles on economy, on mental health, mental health state of the world, on politics. So it's a beautiful, that was a beautiful lesson. Thank you.
I love that. And I love how you're also talking, which is true. Reading evolves with you. It grows up with you. You're reading and what you're interested in is going to change with you. Deborah, and to kind of talk a little bit about these bands, and I think I'm kind of like the person where I'm going to make bread, then I need to go buy a KitchenAid so I can be really good at making bread, right? Like, so the question I have is how can we start? What's one actionable item? And then as a follow-up to that, how have you seen, like when you're saying you're in need of compassion, but when you show someone compassion, that's kind of vulnerable. What has the response been? Even if they don't know that what you're doing is practicing this band bond.
Like I said, we don't actually do this one-on-one. And when I'm showing compassion to someone, what is compassion? Compassion is walking into the elevator and actually looking at someone in the eyes and saying, hello, and how are you? Or have a great day, but meaning it authentically. So I say to students, I of course started this at university, so I would say to the students, get into the elevator, you cross someone in the corridor, don't just go hi and turn your head and walk away. Trying to get kids to actually realize that this is a commitment we're making. So now we did a class of 422 PhD students, and they would all be, slapping their hands as they walked through the corridors. Before, they just walked past each other without looking at another. And I think that is what this program does, is it actually gets you to, you're responsible when you're part of the band bond. These are bands that bond you no matter where you are in the world. So when you're a part of the band bond community, it is your responsibility to acknowledge someone that's sharing their vulnerability. And in countries like Africa, the Middle East, in India, when people found that they had a way, and I'm talking about educators in their 50s and 60s, I'm talking about students, I'm talking about 23 to 30-year-olds, I was amazed that people did not have a problem with it. I might have had one or two students in a class of 30 say, oh, I'm not going to show, how I'm feeling. But you're not showing how you're feeling. You're working on it for yourself. This is your reminder. This is my commitment to work out on a conversation I need to have with someone. But what I'm doing is actually building up the language, and I don't show up to have a conversation because I thought about it this morning, and now I'm going to have this conversation tonight. Now that I'm wearing this blue Speak Out and Reach Out band, I am building my language. What is this going? Am I going to come from a place of empathy? It's that pause. And how do we do it is the first question you ask. We generally do workshops, we have programs, we have curriculums, we have an online course called Find Your Magic. Because I do believe the first module of purpose and magic is your higher power. And we all come into the world with a gift. And if we can find that gift, we can find the peace within, we create a ripple effect. And, we have our master trainers, and you can feel their energy. They love the people that they are becoming. And that is what we want. That is the feeling we want you to get from doing this program. We want you to love who you are becoming before you can impact others.
Do we have time, Bruce, to turn to audience members for a question? Oh, I'm seeing a few. I'm glad I didn't. Let's see here.
Hopefully they're all coming to you.
Thank you to all three of you. These were inspiring presentations. My question is for Austin. I was wondering, with regards to global literacy and the church, in the humanitarian department, are there discussions around translation of church literature into languages, more languages? What are the discussions? What are the debates around specifically non-colonial languages?
Yeah, great. If you're actually to go to the church website and click on the language menu, there's a long list. I haven't counted them, but I think there's over 40 languages that are focused on. And it's a different department, a whole team of people that are focused on translation to make that more accessible. Now, in my work, when it comes to, for example, us teaching the literacy classes, we're early stages, so we're focusing on English because that's what I know. But in the end, you learn to read and write better if you're already familiar with the oral language. And so we are looking for solutions for whatever that mother tongue is, because the mother tongue is so powerful for learning.
Great question.
I love the discussion about books and all the benefits that come from reading, and that's how we raised our children. Today, none of them read books. They only read cell phones. How many of the benefits from reading books can be had from just looking at a cell phone?
Depends on what they're looking at in the cell phone. A book on the phone still has the same benefits, and it's easy to access. All the classics are available for free online, and so I could pull it up and just read it right there. But the problem with cell phones is the distractions that come with them and how easy it is to get sucked into a notification or short-term videos, short-form videos, which are detrimental to our attention spans. So I'm all about going back to analog. Let's get to the physical copies of books. They're powerful. So you can still model the behavior. I was probably a non-reader for 15 years as an adult and just started coming back around in more recent history. So there's still hope. Continue. Talk to them about books. Send them books. Their Christmas present can be a book. Have that be discussion in family gatherings. There's lots of things you can still do to positively influence them.
The focus seems to be on younger people, but the largest cohort is 50 plus. What mental health issues are being dealt with in the 50 plus area, and what studies or what kind of edification can you give us on the largest cohort of them all?
So I will be honest that that's not my special area of expertise, but I can speak to, we do see an increase in mental health issues among, I'll use your words, 50 plus, but that's definitely not the area that I have specialized in my career. With family services within the church, we do have people who specialize in that area and are looking at ways to help address the needs of members of the church so that we can help make resources available.
If I can,
Go ahead,
sorry.
Deborah.
If I may say to that, we've worked with a lot of 50 plus individuals, and I think the mental health struggle is really them managing kids that are now exposed to AI and how do they deal with them. And a lot of kids today, we have a very big percentage, and Naanan can give you that, of kids struggling with mental health issues, and that is a struggle for parents. Whether it's anxiety, depression, substance abuse, overuse of technology, I think that is the big problem we see parents dealing with that have kids even as old as 18 and 20. So that is a big mental health struggle that parents are facing themselves.
Well, thank you guys. This has been just so much fun. I think we're gonna wrap it up and end, but this has just been a privilege to be with each of you today.
Thank you. And thank you, Bruce.
Thank you, and thank you to all the panel. Please, as you take your seats, I'll invite Emily Sherinian to approach the rostrum and introduce our final speaker. Emily has been a board member of the International Society now for the better part of a year or two, and we're delighted to have her on board. Thank you again to all those who've participated so far. Once the concluding speaker finishes, I will come and wrap up the conference and announce next year's conference to you all. So thank you. Please, Emily.
Thank you, Bruce. As someone who has spent a career in international development, it is such an honor and a privilege to introduce our next speaker. Sarah Bouchie became Helen Keller International's President and Chief Executive Officer in January of 2024. In this role, she leads a vast global workforce to advance Helen Keller's mission to improve lives by protecting vision, strengthening nutrition, and fighting disease. Over the last 3 decades of her career, Sarah has sat on both sides of the table as an implementer with prominent global nonprofits and as a leader of philanthropic investments that shape humanitarian and development impact. Prior to joining Helen Keller, Sarah served as Chief Impact Officer at the Lego Foundation, where she had an incredible effect and I think tripled their funding. She has also led program, fundraising, and advocacy efforts for Child Fund International, CARE, Save the Children, and the Aga Khan Foundation. Sarah has served on steering groups for multilateral investment funds at Education Cannot Wait, the Education Outcomes Fund, and the World Bank. She also serves as vice chair of the steering group for the Interagency Network for Education in Emergencies. Sarah is also the mother of 2 kind, inquisitive, and creative daughters and lives in Washington, D.C. with her family. Sarah, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for that gracious introduction, Emily. I very much appreciate it. And Bruce, to everyone for having me today. I know it is the last session, so I don't know how many of you have read Antigone lately. How many of you are up on your Greek classics? But I will say, one of the things about a Greek play is, you know, it's pretty predictable. There's 3 parts, 3 acts to a Greek play. I'm going to give you that today because I can have a sense in the room that maybe you need to know how we're moving along in the plot line, that you're going to hear 3 stories from me. And the first is our setup action. The second is where the drama happens. And the third will be our conclusion to the discussion. So keep an eye out for 3 stories. There's one that's in between that's not quite a story, but you'll see when we get there. I want to start really, though, by acknowledging what a pleasure it is to be here with all of you today. It is just a true privilege to be in a room full of people that care deeply about the world. And I think particularly in this moment, it's a rare thing to have that around you in an organization and heading one like mine. So I appreciate that all of you care about the world in such deep and profound ways. And I want to thank you for inviting me here today. As you heard from the introduction, I am a mother of 2 wonderful girls. They are kind and creative. They are beautiful and intelligent and exhausting, and sometimes definitely challenge me. They remind me to live in the moment, and they help me to understand that I cannot always take away the pain for others, but I can show up for them. Being present in the moment is one of the greatest gifts that they have given me as a person. The week following the birth of my first daughter was one of the most joyful of my life, but it was also one of the most frightening. In those first days after our daughter was born, she failed to gain weight. During her first week checkup, the scale told a story that something wasn't right. I remember the feeling so vividly, that quiet panic, thinking, what was I doing wrong? What should I be doing differently? What was wrong with me or with her or with us? Was she ever going to be okay? As a first-time mother, I was desperate to get my child on the right track, but I was not alone. I had a medical team around me, my husband supporting me, doctors and nurses and lactation specialists, people who knew what to look for and how to support me in that journey, people who understood what was happening and who guided me and her step by step. Together, we figured out what was wrong. She got the support that she needed, and Friday, 3 days ago, she celebrated her 17th birthday. Every time I think about those early days, I'm filled with a lot of gratitude. And I also think about something else. I think about what it would have been like if I hadn't had that support. if I had watched her grow weaker without anyone there to help. That experience is one of the reasons why I care so deeply about the work we're here to talk about today. Because for millions of mothers around the world, managing without support is not a hypothetical situation. It is their reality. Nearly 3 in 10 mothers worldwide do not receive any postnatal care in the critical days after giving birth. Almost half of all deaths of children under 5 occur in the first 28 days of life. 2.3 million newborns die each year, and many from preventable causes. Lack of early support, guidance, and care is a major driver. That could have been me. I want to share another story, this one about 8,000 miles away, and take you to Kilifi County in Kenya. In May of 2024, I met a young woman there. I'll call her Amina. I'm just going to give her a pseudonym to protect her privacy. She was 20 years old, and she, too, was a first-time mother. And she had twins. When I met her, she was sitting among a group of about 24 young mothers gathered for a community health day at a small local health post. These women were a part of a support group, learning from experienced mothers in their community, sharing knowledge and supporting one another. A community health worker was there to support her and help her learn how to feed her child, when her vaccination schedule should have been, and what these 2 little boys, her little babies, needed to stay healthy and continue to grow. Now, Kilifi County is a place of resilience, but it is also one of real challenges, especially when raising twins, and especially when you're 20 years old. Nearly 1 in 5 children under 5 in Kilifi are stunted, meaning their growth has been permanently affected by chronic malnutrition. About 1 in 10 children is underweight, and access to diverse, nutritious foods is limited for many families, with diets often dominated by a few staple foods: maize or rice, beans, pretty regular and consistent things. And yet, Amina, she was thriving. She had breastfed her boys exclusively for 6 months. She knew exactly when to introduce which foods and how. She brought them regularly to the health post for vaccinations and growth monitoring. And her babies, oh, they were the picture of health. I want you all to think about a baby. You all know a baby in your life, right? Think about that baby. Now, remember when before they start to walk, you know, like right here, that like right where the creases of their folds and right here on the bottoms of their feet, they get that little chubby pad. And it's beautiful because then you know they're healthy and they're gorgeous and they're so ready for the world. That's what Amina's babies were like. Now, her life wasn't easy. She had walked more than 30 minutes carrying both children just to reach that clinic, but when she got there, she found something powerful. She found support. She received vitamin A supplements and micronutrient powders, guidance from health workers, wisdom from other older mothers. She was not alone. She was joyful when she was with her baby boys, and she was in love with them. Amina, there she is, was featured on the cover of my organization's 2024 annual report. She shows what is possible with help and support. She and her boys, like my daughter and I, are a story of what happens when a mother is supported. Different places, different circumstances, but the very same truth. It is these words: alone we can do so little, together we can do so much. Those words were said and written by Helen Keller. Now, many of you might know who Helen Keller is. She lost her sight and hearing as a toddler at a time when women didn't even have the right to vote. And yet she went on to become an author, an activist, and one of the most influential humanitarians of our time. She graduated from Radcliffe College. She wrote 12 books. She co-founded the American Civil Liberties Union. She traveled to more than 35 countries advocating for people with disabilities. Her life is a testament to what happens and what is possible, not just through individual perseverance, but through collective support. Her words have stayed with me. I know them as a mother. I have seen them in action in a small village in Kilifi County, Kenya. And as the CEO of Helen Keller, I carry them with me every day because I have the privilege, and quite frankly, the responsibility of leading an organization that strives to live up to her spirit. At Helen Keller, we work to improve people's lives. We protect vision, improve nutrition, and fight disease. Last year, we reached more than 80 million people, not alone, but with others. Our work is grounded in a few simple beliefs: that everyone has potential, that preventable blindness should end, and that solutions that work should just be brought to scale. Just do what we know works and do it over and over and over and over again. While I'm proud of what we do, that's not why I'm here today. I'm here to talk about why this work matters and how each of you can become a part of it. Now, this is the sobering part of the presentation. The numbers tell a pretty bleak story. Around 2.2 billion people globally have some sort of vision impairment or blindness. Of those, at least 1 billion cases could have been prevented or have not yet been treated. 1 billion cases. Most of those conditions, they're treatable. Refractive error, cataract, neglected tropical diseases. Solutions are simple: a 15-minute surgery, a pair of glasses, a regimen of antibiotics. These solutions can be deployed cheaply and relatively easily to the people who need it most. Now think about nutrition. Many of you may not realize that poor nutrition is the single leading cause of blindness amongst children. That's huge. Now put that in perspective. More than 2.3 billion people face food insecurity in our world today. 45 million children experience wasting, meaning that they're dangerously thin for their height. 148 million are stunted. That means they're short for their age. Under this is a hidden nutrition where people receive the calories they need, but the foods they eat are pretty poor in nutrition. So their bodies fail to grow as their biology would allow them to. And at the same time, we know that obesity is rising. This is the triple burden of malnutrition. Too little of the right things, and sometimes too much of the wrong things. And it's happening all at once. This is not because we don't know what to do. It's because it just hasn't been done at scale. So what works? Let me walk you through a few powerful solutions related to nutrition. In my organization, we have become obsessed, and I mean that's what we talk about all the time. I mean, we talk about Helen Keller. She's a lot to be talking about. She's a profound and inspiring woman. But we also talk about what should we be doing now, what should we be doing better, and how do we do more of it? Seeing these ways of solutions as a way to honor Helen Keller herself in her fight against preventable disabilities and for human dignity is why we exist as an organization. We have the evidence, these things are not expensive, and they have the power to reach millions. So let's talk about what they are. First, just protect pregnant mothers. I'm sure many of you in this room remember somebody around you, or maybe yourself, when you were pregnant, that you took prenatal vitamins. Seems like a pretty simple thing. But for a lot of women around the world, that is not their reality. Providing multiple micronutrient supplements during pregnancy costs just a few dollars. It's usually less than $3 for a pregnancy, and yet the impact is profound. These prenatal vitamins support fetal development, they reduce low birth weight, and they protect a mother's health. So that means when the baby is born, she's more able to take care of her. Simple, affordable, scalable. Second, exclusive breastfeeding for the first 6 months. A mother's body provides the perfectly tailored amount of nutrition for children, and it provides immunity support for the first years of life. Now, for some women, this is impossible. But for most women, it is. But women face many barriers: returning to work too soon, lack of support, cultural pressures, misinformation. When we support mothers with knowledge and community help and sound policies, we unlock one of the most powerful health interventions we have, and it's all nature-based. Third, vitamin A. Now, many of you might think, vitamin A, isn't that what you need for like carrots and rabbits and healthy eyesight? Well, the answer is yes. This is an incredible micronutrient. It strengthens the body and protects vision by doing three things. First of all, it helps your cornea develop, so that's how it prevents blindness, but it does two other really important things too. When you have enough vitamin A, your body actually improves its immune system, and it helps you absorb other micronutrients. It's like a multiplier effect with this one micronutrient, this one vitamin. And the best part about it is it costs less than $1 a dose, and just 2 doses in a year to a child under the age of 5 can improve health outcomes by up to 25%. That's child survival rates in some countries and in some parts of countries that are significant for a national health system. The fourth thing I wanted to note is just improving children's diets. So this often means helping families to grow and prepare nutritious local foods that are already a part of their culture that maybe they have lost over time. But it also means working with markets in the private sector to ensure that packaged foods are fortified and more nutritious. I think all of us can think about a child, a young person in our lives, and think about the choices they have when they go to the grocery store. And we all try to steer them toward the most organic and healthy and best available choices. We're lucky that many of the children in our lives have those options, but not all children around the world do. We need people to advocate so those options are available to families in different parts of the world as well. Fifth, it seems easy, but just treat malnutrition, treat it early, treat it before it becomes a really big problem. Now, I think what's important to note here is thanks to breakthroughs in food science, that we now have ready-to-use therapeutic foods that you can give to children that help them to get back on the right track in as little as 6 weeks' time when they follow a regimen. But the key is you have to know which children, and you have to get these nutritious foods to them very, very quickly. They're energy-dense pastes made from ingredients like peanuts and milk powder and oil and sugar and added vitamins and minerals. And I hear from these children, they taste delicious. They do not require refrigeration. They can be used at home, and they can bring a severely malnourished child back to health in a matter of weeks. Each of these 5 solutions is within reach, and yet they are still not reaching everyone who needs them. But nutrition is not just about nutrition. We also know it's about systems, the agriculture systems, the markets, the water and sanitation, the health clinics. Without better farming techniques and more nutritious foods, families will not meet their nutritional needs. This isn't rocket science. People just need a better sense of how to farm. Without access to markets, nutritious foods remain out of reach. So when we improve road systems, it also helps to ensure that kids can have access and families can have access, and most importantly, mothers can have access to good choices to be able to feed their children. We know that without clean water, children cannot absorb nutrients properly, and without strong health systems, mothers like Amina would be alone. This is why partnerships matter. Governments, communities, nonprofits, private sector, all have their role to play. And this is why Helen Keller's words guide us. Alone, we can do so little. Together, we can do so much. I want to end with one more story. Last year, in December, I was in Salt Lake City. I met with the head of a prominent partner of Helen Keller International. She was thoughtful, engaged, deeply committed. She listened carefully, she asked questions, she shared ideas. She was the kind of partner that we all strive to have. We all hope that we have when we're working on this kind of activity. As we wrapped up, I asked her, did she have any advice for us as we moved into 2026? What did she think? She paused for a moment, and then she said, expect miracles, and then expect them again. Those words have stayed with me because I think about my daughter, my miracle. I think about Amina and her twins, her miracle, and I know this world has many more miracles to give. They are not miracles, though, that happen by chance. They are miracles made possible by people, people like you and me, by systems, by care, by collective action. So today, I leave you with this: expect miracles and help create them. Because alone we can do so little, but together we can do so much. Thank you. Great. I'd be happy to engage any of you in questions and answers if you have any. I know it's the end of the day. I know you're all at the end of Antigone and you're trying to remember what happened. It's not a miracle. Sure.
So who do you partner with?
Yeah. So our partnerships are wide-ranging. So of course there are a number of donor agencies that we partner with. Helen Keller is very fortunate that one of the sort of donor advisories that exist out in the world has labeled Helen Keller as being one of the most cost-effective charities that you can give to. And as a result, we have got a pretty sort of large group of individual philanthropists and then organizations like You Can Save a Life, for example. We're very proud to be partners with the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. We used to receive US government funding. We don't anymore because of the decisions around foreign aid cuts, so we no longer do. And then we have a number of other small governments that give us funding. I think importantly, though, when we're on the ground in countries, the only way we can do the work that we do is working with governments themselves. So trying to ensure that the community health structure that already exists of hospitals and health posts and clinics, that we are ensuring that those individuals who are staffing those areas are really well trained and that the community volunteers know what to be able to look for and finding people who might need additional help and support. We also work with a lot of local organizations who might be trying to provide, food benefits to, but then we help them to think more about what does nutritious food look like, instead of just meeting people's, belly hunger. How can you really ensure that those are the right things to be able to work with? We're really excited right now to be working in West Africa with a number of food producers. So they produce things like tinned tomatoes, and they want to put more vitamins in those tomatoes. And we're like, yes, how can we help you? So those kinds of agribusiness kind of partnerships we're always trying to look for as well.
Sarah?
Yeah.
As far as if you look at the global reach of the Institute, are there flashpoints? Are there areas where you're really seeing greater need, or you're leaning in more concertedly?
Yeah. So when we look at the issues around nutrition, they're different and they're complex, as I mentioned before, because you have those three sorts of areas of nutrition. When you look at malnutrition and children's death as a result of malnutrition, we definitely see that the flashpoints are in conflict zones, conflict areas. In addition, over the last year, because the US government funding around foreign aid has shifted dramatically, there have been a lot of holes and gaps that have been left across sub-Saharan Africa in some of the supply chains. And those are still in the process of rebuilding. And in the process of rebuilding, we know in Nigeria, for example, we work with health systems whose clinic staffers don't have access to ready-to-use therapeutic foods anymore. And that's one of the wonderful partnerships that we've had with the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, is to help sort of shift some of the funding that we were doing previously and make sure that we are able to provide some of the commodities that now aren't available as readily. We expect those things will change over time, but this is the first year since we started to look at global child deaths that the number is rising and not falling. And that has a really clear alignment to a lot of, not just the US government, but a lot of bilateral donors. A lot of different governments have decided to pull back on their international foreign assistance work. Yes. Thank you.
I know in Utah now you can use your SNAP benefits card to go to a farmer's market and to get fresh produce for your family as opposed to feeding them a squeezy pack, right?
Yes.
From the dollar store. So can you talk more about that? And because we have a lot of food insecurity even here in Utah.
Yeah. So Helen Keller works domestically, but we mostly work on our issues of eye health. So we do a lot of work in schools with trying to ensure that children get glasses, or referrals to optometrists and ophthalmologists as they need to. We don't do work directly in food security and nutrition in the United States because there are so many actors that are around. But I think what you're pointing out is the importance of ensuring that the social safety nets that are existing are really linked to not just filling people's bellies, but helping to make sure that parents and people who have the agency to be able to make good choices know what good choices mean. And that's where community partners are really important, because people don't necessarily get that in their high school education, or if they do, it doesn't retain in the same way.
Hi, Sarah. My name is James Roosh. I work for the Humanitarian Services Division as well. I work closely with Honey Cross, and I'm familiar with some of the convening collaborations that Helen Keller and other implementing organizations are working on to address women and children's health globally.
Yeah.
And I'm curious, with the environment that we saw last year in the United States and around the world with cuts, if you see a path forward where we're talking about scale and scaling with maybe fewer resources in the current environment, if there is a path forward where combining efforts and collaborating can allow for greater impact with fewer resources, and if so, what that looks like.
Yeah, I would say that this comes from my personal perch as working in global health and international development for the last 30 years. I think there are two things to sort of point out that the moment is calling for something different. The first is, I think for many good reasons, in the 1990s and early 2000s, global public health, we were doing a lot of interventions that went like this. So here's our TB program. Here's our HIV program. Here's our childhood vaccination program. Here's the nutrition program. And that caused us to sort of set up an infrastructure with lots of experts who gave us lots of good information in those spaces so that we knew how to deliver solutions. But, when you reach a certain maturity level, you don't need to keep doing it like this. You can start doing it like this. So, when you've got one actor that can deliver many things instead of doing these big, deep single issues, we're starting to see that ministries of health in most of the countries where we're working want to look more holistically at their health workforce. And some of them, like Kenya or Senegal, are far along. And some of them, like Burkina Faso or Somalia, are not far along. For many different reasons. You're working with a very different kind of group of people, of professionals. So I think that's one of the solutions, is trying to look more across instead of just deep. The other thing that I would say, and I say this with a lot of love and kindness for a community that I spent a long time in, you heard from my bio that I was a donor for a while. I was on the donor side and helping the Lego Foundation to distribute a lot of funding around the world. And I think for quite a long time in the global public health space, there was this idea that we just have to find the most innovative solution. And what will happen is, as global philanthropists, we'll look for these breakthrough ideas. And as you, as the bilateral governments that are trying to work out other deals, you will implement them. And this sort of idea that, you know, we were going to come up with magic bullets, or at least things would do a big leapfrog. Well, the thing, I just gave you 5 solutions that work. Let's quit like looking for all kinds of investments and new things that are going to get us way far, and just do what we know works. So I think that's the two things taken and turned together.
I look at Form 990s and I congratulate your organization for not dipping into your funds a lot for the chief people in the organization. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you. You know, it's funny you say that, because the last year has been really difficult. And me as a chief executive officer, I actually went to my board and I said, you gotta give me a pay cut. And they said, we don't want you to leave. How about if you just donate more to the organization? So I would say that's what we have done as our executive team. You can't see it on the 990s, but we're all also really strong donors to the organization.
Have you had any luck going back to Congress and the other resource decision makers and using some of these statistics and in terms of deaths going up? Have you had any engagement, or has there been any interest that you've been able to move the needle a little bit with that?
Yeah, so I would say on 2 fronts. You know, as we think about our advocacy, and for Helen Keller, it's not about the money coming back to us. I think there are other organizations that are often even better suited to deliver on services and be able to fulfill the stringent compliance requirements and expectations, et cetera, that is required when you have congressional oversight of your funds. We have very strong, robust internal controls, but that doesn't mean we want to build out a whole, you know, U.S. government specialized team. So I say that, really saying that our intent is to make sure that the issues we care about with solutions we know are going to be advanced, that those are thought of by policymakers. And I think our conversations with congressional actors have been very, very bipartisan and very clearly they see there's value in the work of foreign aid. So we've made a lot of progress, I think, in finding our allies. But, you know, the other thing they tell us is we've got 16 things that have been turned upside down in the current administration and how they're thinking about things. And where this fits on the list is probably number 14. So there's a lot of empathy, but maybe not a lot of constituent support to really push it up the priority level. And then I would say our engagements with the administration have been a little bit more circumspect, in part because we don't necessarily see that the NGO community is where the current administration wants to get their best ideas from. That being said, we do have a couple of other donors that we work with, and recognizing that these are very cost-effective interventions, and there are other individuals who are, you know, they care about ready-to-use therapeutic foods, because some of the peanut farmers in, you know, the United States are benefiting from that. When you produce those things here, or the drug companies that are here and those pharmaceutical companies want to continue the fight against trachoma and sub-Saharan Africa, for example. They're much better advocates with the administration than we are, and we're hearing and feeling that there might be more space to at least look at these things again, because they are cost effective, and we can make the dual, you know, Americans benefit from those things in a way that really holds true to the current administration. So we're trying to work different angles, but recognize it doesn't always have to be us. This is where sometimes other people are better messengers than we are.
So as anyone who's worked in the nonprofit sphere knows, no money, no mission. And you've obviously been very effective in connecting the stakeholders with your mission and their wallets also to support your mission. So as the founder of a small NGO or nonprofit, where we're struggling with that, I mean, there's so many stakeholders to what you're doing, as there is with ours. How do you connect meaningfully and financially with those stakeholders most effectively? What do you find really works to resonate with their hearts and their checkbooks to support what Helen Keller's doing?
Yeah, I think there are a couple of things. The first is I can tell a story. I have to be credible, and hopefully you found me credible, but I can tell the story. Helen Keller staff can tell the story. But when we have other parties who are perceived to be independent of us or are independent of us tell the story, plus somebody else, plus they hear about us when they read something or they see, like, the number of mentions that people have in Helen Keller's name sort of pulls up the credibility index, and that trust is really important. So, I'll give you an example. Nick Kristof, who is a columnist for the New York Times, gave us a Holiday Impact Prize last year. So it allowed us to get into the New York Times. People saw us a little bit more. And then they went to this donor advisory that I spoke about earlier, GiveWell, who has ranked us as really highly effective. And then you saw it again when, maybe somebody saw something in the Scientific American that came up that was an article about us. I think those multiple touch points sort of helps us to build name recognition and credibility around what we're trying to say. That's probably been, and I have to say I owe a whole lot to my predecessor, because those foundations require years and years and years to build the relationships with people for them to know who you are so that you can get out into the world in different ways through them. And thank you for the work that you do. I think any of us who spend time running a nonprofit knows it's not an easy choice, but thank you for that.
Yeah, thank you. I'm Kofi. I'm from Ivory Coast, and I want to be a little bit curious. What are some principal programs your organization runs in Côte d'Ivoire?
Yeah, so I was in Abidjan in February. So we do have a program in Abidjan, and we mostly work on food security and vitamin A supplementation. So working with communities that are deficient, or children are deficient of vitamin A, and making sure that we are doing kind of co-campaigns, usually with polio or other sorts of vaccinations, and then ensuring that those families are also receiving vitamin A. And then we've got some really exciting and interesting work that's funded by a German foundation that is working on household food security, that looks at both Côte d'Ivoire and Burkina Faso, and trying to see how we can learn between communities in the two different places to try to improve nutritional, highly nutritious food that's available at the household level, getting them to consume it and not only sell it, but we want them to consume and sell. Yeah, but I'd be happy to talk to you more about it. Thank you so much. It's been such a pleasure to be in front of this group, and I want to say again how much I admire and appreciate you taking a moment from your very busy lives, a whole day in fact, to talk about international issues. So it's been a real pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. And thank you to all who have participated today. Appreciate definitely the kindness and warmth that you all have shown us and our presenters and guests and those from around the world. We also thank again the Kennedy Center and all of the amazing work that the staff and administration do every year to support this conference and the society. We are excited for next year's conference, which will be April 5th, right back here. And we certainly have enjoyed reconnecting with all of you and appreciate all of your insights and insightful questions. So thank you again for attending this year's conference. We wish you Godspeed and all the best in your endeavors throughout the world. And thank you again for all of your help.